More carrots. Don't tear it. More carrots. Where's Garrett?
Vegetables. Vegetables.
Here I come from the west side. The left side.
Hi guys, this is Nintendo. Oh hi, thanks Ashley. Hi everyone, I'm glad I'm gonna do a live on my own so I can actually be able to read the questions. Hey everyone. Aw, thanks guys. Everyone say hi to Nintendo, isn't he the cutest? So this is not my dog. I stole him. No, I'm joking. I'm watching him. But it's our last day together and I'm really sad about it. Oh, thank you. And I have to remember, because I'm going to put this on YouTube, I have to remember to kind of repeat what I'm reacting to. Because, let's see here. Was just watching the Earth shift again. Awesome. I feel like that's one of those things. Oh, Nintendo, he does love me. Thanks. He's my favorite. I watch a lot of dogs. I'm kind of like the official dog walker of everyone that I know. And Nintendo's my favorite though. And there's another dog, Beckham. Oh, he's brought his toy over for us. Hi, honey. Come on. Here you go, baby. Nice. Oh, cool. Great. We have a lot of people in here already. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks so much. How do you feel about Gray's credit system and it sounding similar to blockchain? So I do believe that a lot of the systems that we have on Earth, like our law system, our finance, all of that, I personally do think that those are ET in origin. So I feel like their credit system is similar to our more advanced finance systems. I think that does make sense. I do resonate with that. Need to talk about how what we think is the past is the future. Yeah, I was listening to last night. It's not the law of one, the raw material. It's kind of another version of it where people went back and channeled and like re-asked questions. And that was the part that I was listening to last night before bed. And they were talking, like raw channeled through, was talking about basically how our idea of things happening simultaneously is still not exactly what it is, but it's kind of as close to what we could understand as all time being at once, which I thought was interesting. Let's see. Do the Greys choose certain people? What do they look for? Okay, so from my understanding, the Greys that I'm aware of, the ones that were through Tim in Cosmic Disclosure from Orion, there's plenty of types of Greys. And then also like what we talked about is that there's small Greys who can pretty much be bought by any person in any system. So we're talking kind of like about like those Orion Greys. I do think that they choose certain people because those people are connected to the Greys. I do believe, I know that the Greys are often called nefarious. I don't believe they all are, as with anything. I don't think all reptilians are either. And I don't think all Pleiadians are good. But I do think that the choosing of people is one, you agree to that before this life, especially the hybrid program. A lot of people involved in that hybrid program, where they're basically creating human hybrid with grays, I do think that that's all agreed upon before you incarnate. And I've always kind of had a weird feeling about that. So when I learned about it, I was pretty scared. Oh yeah, and anyone wondering, I got bit by a dog named Sheila. She went crazy. I kind of look like Amber Heard. I mean, she is pretty, but it's not the greatest compliment at this point in time. I'm pretty sure I'm in the hybrid program. I feel like I know a couple people who are in it too. And I've always had this weird irrational fear around, I don't know, I had this weird fear like I have children somewhere that I don't know about. And then when I kind of started to read about the hybrid program, I was like, maybe this isn't an irrational fear. About the Rh negative. Okay, so a lot of people ask about this. I've got so many comments about it. I haven't done anything about it because I'm not fully sure. I've heard so much conflicting information about it. I think that it is in some way connected to aliens, but I'm not exactly sure because I believe there's a lot of people who have alien DNA that aren't Rh negative, and a lot of them who could be, or, so I'm not sure, but I have heard about the connection. I just haven't seen like definitive, or at least information that I felt like secure in. Rh negative, definitely connected. I do think they are. I know that I'm positive. My blood type is B positive. All presidents are Rh negative and royals. I wonder, have I heard of the Galactic Heritage deck? No, is that like an oracle deck? I'm B positive too. B positive club. Can you talk about Mary Magdalene and her relationship with Jesus? Okay, so, I'm not a, biblical historian, because that's also not even in the Bible. But this like concept that basically Mary Magdalene was in the Bible as the greatest apostle, or like apostle of apostles. Oh, thanks for the gifts, guys. And that basically it was the year 591 with Pope Gregory who changed it for her to be a prostitute. And I do believe that was purposely done to disempower the role that women played, and also to emasculate Jesus, to make it seem that he was like asexual, and to basically strip any sexuality from the church, and from the Bible. Because, I mean, what are we going to believe? That Jesus was a virgin? Or the fact that his mother had to be a virgin in order to be respected. But as far as Mary Magdalene, I do kind of believe in that theory that basically she was kind of whisked away, pregnant, and allegedly carried on the bloodline of Christ. I do believe that theory. Oh, thanks for the gifts, guys. Did you see that man's testimony about the guy who found the Ark of the Covenant? No, I haven't. Years ago on Coast to Coast, there was a person who was allegedly a time traveler, and it was obviously always, the time traveling thing. There's a lot of people who fake doing that. But this guy called allegedly from the future into the radio station, and that was one of the things he talked about. They asked like, oh, well, what religion are people in the future? And he said that kind of the religions aren't very common in the future because they found the Ark of the Covenant, and it allegedly was not what they thought it was, and that kind of killed religion of the future. So I don't know, that always popped into my mind. You just popped into my mind right before you scrolled. Oh, thanks for the little crown. What's up with the O and the O negative blood type? Like I said, I'm not too familiar. Oh, hi, look at little Nintendo in the back. He's so cute. How do you take away the comments? Oh, I don't know. I think you could like click on something and they go away on your end. Evidence pointed to someone being really like Jesus, and they felt delusional. What would you say? I'm not sure. I don't understand that question. Oh yeah, swipe left or swipe right. Have you tried hemi-sync? Is that like syncing the sides of your brain? I haven't, but I do the Silva method, which is, thanks guys, a type of meditation that is supposed to kind of switch you to your right brain, but it's still a pretty active meditation that's using some of the left brain. So no, I haven't done the hemi-sync, but I feel like it's kind of similar to the Silva method, which I highly suggest. It's a great... How did your boyfriend get possessed? It was not in astral travel. I'm still not sure if I really want to like share that story, just because I don't know if he's okay. You know, I don't know if he's all right, but that was my ex-boyfriend, and it was really crazy. I would just have to say though, what I would share about that is like, guys, like if you are doing stuff like astral travel, channeling, healing, everything, you guys have to really make sure that you are getting heart-centered before doing it, because how can you have discernment about beings or messages if you're not connecting to your heart? Because if you're just in your mind when you're doing this stuff, especially astral travel, and I saw the question, is astral travel safe? I'm going to piggyback on that. So I do believe that someone wants me to go, I'm going to decline this. I'm sorry, person. So yeah, I do believe that astral travel is safe, but I think you need to be heart-centered. And I don't know if the methods that people are using for that are using the heart. And I really feel like the heart is the only way you're going to be able to tell whether something is good or aligned with you, because if you're only using your mind, you could be deceived, you know, because any of these entities in the realms of astral or whatever, any of them, they don't have to be honest, and they can literally portray themselves as Jesus to you, portray themselves as your dead grandmother, you know? So that's why you have to be heart-centered, because you have to know if it's resonating on that level. How do you get heart-centered? Can the heart deceive? I personally don't think the heart can deceive. I mean, sometimes with human relationships it can, but a lot of times when in relationships we're getting deceived by love is blind and all of that, that's usually connected to like unhealed trauma that feels familiar from childhood. As far as getting heart-centered, like I highly suggest the Heart Math Institute, the heart coherence technique. It is so simple, like literally can take you 30 seconds. You just put your hand over your heart, breathe into the heart, and then you do a couple breaths into the heart center. So you're kind of feeling the energy around that area. And then you think of a heart positive thought, which basically just a happy thought. For me personally, I think about this cow that I know. Her name is Holy Cow. She's 3,000 pounds. She makes me so happy every time I think about her. So that's how I get heart-centered, is I think about Holy Cow. For me, it's easier to get heart-centered when I think about animals. Have I seen Moonfall? I haven't. You know, sometimes it's hard for me to, Holy Cow, I love her. Sometimes it's hard for me to sit through like a scripted thing. Just because, you know, I like to watch a lot of things that are, you know, nonfiction. I don't know if other people want to consider them nonfiction because their minds are not open to that. But, you know, I just feel like I have so much like research and lectures and books and stuff to always be reading. So sometimes it's hard for me to sit through a scripted show or movie. Associative unconditional love is useful. Can you talk about the moon, please? Yeah, I have my moon shirt on, which ironically says 1977 on it. Like in the AD series, that's when the message came through on the British television. As far as the moon, obviously that's another crazy debate around that subject. So the moon, the moon does influence us. So things around the moon rituals, the moon being related to menstruation and time and all of that, that's all absolutely real. It is affecting us. But there's a chance, a good chance, that the moon is actually not an organic moon, that it was brought here. And then there's debate of the reason it was brought here. Is the moon hollow though? I personally believe it is. I do believe that there's inside of the moon that there's something going on, whether it's beings living in there or whether it's a base or whether it's some type of facility. I do believe that. Because there is some people who have talked about that. Even John Lear, who people really love in the UFO community, a lot of the stuff that he talked about later in his life, which he's still alive, but a lot of the stuff that you hear him talk about now is more along those lines. And I think he just didn't really talk about it earlier in his career. Yeah, it rang like a bell. Exactly. Also, we left feces on the moon. We left, thank you for the gifts. We left feces, trash, pollution. We left it all on the moon when we went there. So, yeah. And that also, the thing about Neil Armstrong, when they were on the moon, switched to the medical channel and was like, they're here, they're watching us. And he says that there was beings on the edge of a crater just watching them land on the moon with all their junk. Let's see. I have not watched the documentary about mushrooms. John Lear passed earlier this month? Oh. Do reptilians have bad karma, and do they have to reincarnate because they're imprisoning us? Okay, so the thing with that is, it's obviously there's so much conflicting information, but what I've come across that I believe is that yes, they will have to eventually have to deal with what they've done. But they're very masterful in, they understand the matrix, they understand karma, they understand the laws of free will, they understand the laws of the universe. So they're very clever, like lawyers are a lot of times, in being able to break the rules without breaking them. Loopholes and things like that, which is why Carrie Cassidy has re-uploaded his videos. Oh, nice. So I think that they're pretty smart about the things that they're breaking, like our free will. They're actually showing us what they're doing constantly. So they're kind of not breaking free will in a lot of those ways, even with some of mandates and things like that. The people who were enforcing them were not the people who made those rules. It was the HR guy in a company who had to enforce those things. So the person who makes the rule isn't the enforcer. So the enforcer is actually getting more bad karma than the person who's kind of at the top. So I think a lot of times too, they are manipulating around karma because they might impose these things, but it's actually the regular people who are carrying out a lot of these things unknowingly. So I think that these are the ways that they've been able to, and I don't know what their life cycle is like. I haven't really come across the information that says how long they live. So maybe they've just been escaping death for a very long time. Okay, I see you, Nintendo. Come here. You want attention? Come here. Do Andromedans contact people? They do, as far as what I've heard. I haven't seen as much about it, but the thing is the Andromedan galaxy is huge. So there's probably so many types of species, hundreds of thousands of species. So yeah, I do believe that they do. Am I going to post this to YouTube? Yes, I am. Thank you. I am. So are reptilians just walking amongst us? Sometimes. And of course, obviously, everyone, Nintendog. Oh my God, that's your nickname. So do you think pandemic babies wanted to be here for the Earth shift? Yes, I think everyone born after the 80s is for sure wanting to be here for the Earth shift. And I did talk about it in a comment earlier today that basically even a baby that is only here for a couple minutes, you know, that doesn't live very long and is, you know, maybe even like a stillborn baby, like even that is a badge of honor on the other side because of what's happening on Earth at this time. So every baby does want to be here. Every person, you know, we get older and things happen and we don't then, but yeah, everyone is here for that reason. And I think a lot of these pandemic babies, you know, we've all been setting the stage for them. So I do think that like each younger generation is doing even more and more to shift the planet. Indigo kids and before. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Indigos, the 3 waves of volunteers, all of that. Can you talk about the Earth shift? How can we help? So if you want to help with the Earth shift, honestly, the best thing that you can do is stay in a high vibration as much as you can. How do we shift to the new Earth? So it's really like, one, visualizing the future that you want. Not everyone needs to have like the same vision of what the new Earth is, but you envision a future because everything starts with a thought. Even the planet Earth was at one time a thought of some type of creator. So everything, even the planet we have now, was once a thought. So you just need to have the thought of what you want the future to be and not feed into this New World Order timeline where like, oh, it's like 1984 and all that stuff. And I know it's hard to like not feed into that sometimes because there's so much, like it feels like a lot, like it's constantly like, it seems like that's what's happening around us. But you have to know in your heart, in your mind, in your thoughts, regardless of what goes down, the Earth is going to be in a better place when all this is done. And I think that's the biggest thing that you can do. And then Marina Jacobi has, on her YouTube, she has a galactic meditation, I think it's called. You'll see, she has a lot of videos and there's only one that's like a meditation. It has like a heart and like a forest as a background. And that one is really good. So basically she uses the quantum manifestation method that she channeled from Pleiadians, which is basically you think of what you want, and she uses it for the new Earth. So you think of what the new Earth would be like for you. Then you add emotion to it and you hold for only a minute. Hold them all the emotions. So what is the emotion of that? It's like joy, happiness, love, prosperity. Everyone has enough. Everyone's happy. And you just sit with that peace and love for a minute and then you let it go. And then you bring action. And your action is really just doing your best every day. You know? So is MK Ultra the same as JK Ultra? Probably a dumb question. No, there are no dumb questions. No, JK Ultra, hey honey. JK Ultra, no, that's just like actually just a spin on MK Ultra. And actually I was originally going to post like funny videos about conspiracies. And that was in the beginning of 2020, before the lockdowns and everything. And I had done a couple like funny videos about that. And then some like freaking like 14-year-old kids were commenting on my pictures that I looked like their mom. And they meant it endearingly, but I was like, you know what? I think I'm too old for this app. So I left TikTok. And then thankfully, in the beginning of this year, I did a little challenge with my friends that we were going to make TikToks. And apparently, it really worked out. Let's see. Do you think any alien species are influencing the current war situation? I mean, I feel like alien species are influencing, at least nefarious. Yeah, the J in JK Ultra is for Jen. It is Jen. And my last name starts with a C. So it was kind of like a play on my initials, but also a play on just kidding. Nintendo, please. Why are you chasing your tail right now? He just is like, wants some attention. What does Tarvis mean to you? I heard the name in a dream. I've never heard of it. Actually just inspired me to really start my channel with the help of Gaia. Do it. Seriously. All of us are inspired by people, you know? There's like a creator on TikTok who told me that he started his TikTok because of a video that I posted. And it's like, that's what it's all about. You know, I'm inspired by, you know, people like Dolores and things like that. It's a chain. So you're always inspiring someone. So start your channel, and then your channel is going to inspire someone else to start it. And then they're going to reach the people around them. My dog is darling. Oh, thank you. He's not mine. I wish he was. Let's see. So are aliens influencing the war? Aliens are influencing everything, I believe. They're influencing individuals, and they're also influencing people in power. So I feel like service to self, nefarious aliens tend to interfere because they don't really care about the laws of non-interference. The positive aliens don't interfere in that way, but the way that they make an impact is by direct contact to individuals. So they'll start contacting an individual who they probably have a soul connection with and a soul contract with on the other side. And then, you know, because even aliens are influencing this, you know, because I believe in what they're doing. So even everything could be influenced by them in ways. Let's see. Pole shifts, explain more. Do you think that there's an ice wall? Okay. The pole shifts, you know, so there's two types of pole shifts. There's one that's like an actual flip where it literally just inverts, and that happens like many hundreds of thousands of years, which is why there's even like old maps from the 1500s, which they say were based on older maps, where there's Antarctica on these maps, and it's lush and green, and there's all these animals on them. So come up here then, my love. Come sit. And so, yeah, that probably was due to a pole shift. They also say that like the Pyramid of Giza was on a certain place of the pole, but because the pole had shifted, that's why it's not this energy house that it was. Then the other type of pole shift is a magnetic shift. So one is like the crust actually shifts. The other one is like an energetic shift. So it's basically like, say, the Earth's field, and then let's say something like an asteroid or something comes near the Earth. So if this is a magnetic field, something else has the ability to kind of pull that field, and then it would cause basically the energy field to shift, but that the planet itself would stay intact. But obviously it would be all screwed up because the water is going to be impacted by that, and that would cause tidal waves and stuff. So we really don't know when they talk about this Earth shift. Is it going to be a physical shift? Is it going to be a crust shift? Is it going to be a electromagnetic shift? Or is it just going to be a consciousness shift? We're not really sure. Can you show post it on your phone? Okay. Do a series on the hollow earth. I do, and Agartha, I do want to. Parapsych Talk did one, and I sent him this book that I have, which it's called The Smoky God. And it was published in 1908. And basically it's like this father and son who decided they were going to venture to the North Pole. And when they got there, there was a hole, and they were brought inside by these beings. And apparently there's like another sun in there, and this is like a sun god. And there's a whole civilization, and they lived there for like 10 years. And then they were like, do you want to stay with us or do you want to go back? They're like, we want to go back. So then they set them back off. So I have a lot of very interesting information that I've come across about the hollow earth stuff. So I do want to do a series on that. I think my next series is going to be on duality and dualism and polarity. I don't know. I'm feeling like really called to do that for the next series, um, just because there's so much debate between like light and dark, good and bad, good and evil in the comments of this Alien series. And it's such a divisive thing that I just feel like maybe I need to talk about dualism, because at the end of the day, even evil comes from the same source. So, like all these people that are like, demons, demons, demons. Okay. Demons are also from God. So, why don't we look at the bigger picture here? Why are demons also from God? Maybe because we all have a purpose. Some people have a purpose for the light, some people have a purpose for the dark. And us fighting with the dark is not doing anything either. So, thanks for all these gifts, guys. These are really cute. What is the purpose of demons? I think the demons are teachers, just like everything else is a lesson. Everything is a lesson, and they are a different being walking a different path. So, with especially like in relation to the reptilian stuff, because obviously that's really scary. And when I first learned about that, and the prison planet idea and all of this stuff, which I don't believe we live in a prison planet. There's no way. Like, look at this beautiful sky behind me. Like, no. You think a prison would be so spectacular? No. Do a series on demons. I don't know. That will definitely be in the dualism series. But yeah, as far as darkness, and when I learned about a lot of that stuff, basically I had to do an exercise. It's called blowing roses. Some people might know what that is. So blowing roses is kind of like a technique, like a meditation visualization technique. And basically, so like say there's like this like common belief in like spirituality, especially in like Wiccan and stuff like that, where it's like, oh, what you do to me comes back to you times 3. But when you do stuff like that, you actually are engaging in like psychic warfare. So you don't like, so if someone is kind of given you their energy in a way, like say you have someone that's like emotional dumping, and now you've spent time with this person, they've emotional dumped all of their stuff on you, and now you're at home and you're sitting with that energy. It's not even yours. Or like someone tells you something scary, that's not even your fear. You're holding someone else's fear now. You're holding someone else's frustration. So this blowing roses technique is kind of like a way to neutralize that and send the person their energy back without engaging in psychic warfare. So basically, very simple, and I'll probably do a YouTube video, like a guided meditation of it. But basically, you would visualize a rose outside of your energy field, and you would basically have everything get sucked into that rose, you know, the frustration from that person or the fear. I did this towards reptilians because I was like, look, you have your purpose too. I'm not going to be fighting you. You know, I've got my purpose, you've got yours. We don't need to do nothing together. So I wanted to, any fear, which most of that fear was not mine. Most of that fear was people that I've read, books that I've seen, like videos about like, don't go into the light, the prison planet, they're feeding on you, the loosh, that, all of this like very scary topics, which brings down your vibration, which makes you live in fear, which if it is all true, you're just feeding them. That's literally like the delicacy of it is like, oh, how great. That's like, you know, so you would then, and what I did for them was basically like sent the energy, everything that I had towards like fear and all these things that I've absorbed from this information, from conspiracies and all of it, sent it into this rose. You visualize it, whatever color the rose is that represents that. And then you can send the rose, this little corgi butt, so cute. So you send the rose out into the thing, and I'll do the guided meditation. I have the thing, which is, it's a technique that's used for a lot of things, but it is from a channeled Pleiadian book. So the Pleiadian version of it is the one I'll do a video of. But then you basically visualize the rose going back out into the atmosphere, and basically you say that if the person wants their energy back neutralized, then they can take it. If they don't want it, then let the energy just go back neutralized into the earth. Yeah, I mean, it would be okay. Let's see here. What is the book called? The book is called The Pleiadian Workbook by Amora Kwan Yin. And it was actually very interesting. Thank you for all these gifts, guys. You guys are so sweet. You guys, honestly, like, I tell this to people all the time. Like, I literally, thank you. I have the best followers on TikTok. Like, people literally are like, oh, I don't know how you can deal with, like, all of the negativity and everything. I'm like, negativity? My followers are amazing. They're literally the nicest freaking people. They're so open-minded. You guys are always, like, in the comments, giving each other advice and suggestions, and it's like, I am so lucky, you know, and I feel great, like, just that I've, like, attracted, oh, thank you guys, like, I've attracted so many good people. I seriously, I love you guys, like, and I still, like, haven't processed all of it, you know, like, literally, I didn't have a TikTok 3 months ago, or one that I used, you know, because the 14-year-old boys made me feel old. But thank you guys. Oh, Apothecary and Totems. So that's my friend. You guys got to go follow her. She's an amazing shaman, and she just does, like, energy work and herbals. Like, oh my God, you guys have to follow her. That's my friend Chelsea, my real life friend. You did attract amazing people, and I'm appreciative. Me too. Seriously. Like, I feel like I attracted amazing people who were, like, all needed to be here, you know? Oh, you guys are so sweet. Do I have any amulets? No, I don't. I have crystals, but I don't have any amulets. What's your opinion on drugs, weed, mushrooms, and their purpose? How did I know this question was coming in? I thank you for this little cute crown. I, for some reason, thought that this question was going to come in earlier, right before I started this. So, my opinion, I smoked, you know, I'll be very, I'll dance around the words, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I started smoking when I was 12 years old and smoked every day for 21 years. So my relationship to pot was definitely a lifelong one. It was definitely, you know, I used it just, it was like my best friend, you know, it's like something that's been a companion with me throughout my life. However, in the last year, in meditation, the message that I continue to get is that I have to change my relationship with it, and that I can't continue to smoke it. So, and they didn't say, like, never again, it's so bad, but it's kind of like my relationship with it is not what it needs to be. And also, I was basically getting the information is this is kind of like a ceiling that I'm going to hit in my spirituality. And the other thing is too, is that when you read the Akashic records, you have to be fully clean system for you to get what you know is clear information. So I really had to make the decision of, like, is smoking more important than me being able to access the Akashic records, which I love and means so much to me. So I do occasionally still do it. But more so, like, change the relationship with it, because I mean, I would just smoke blunts all day long, like at work, like everything, like, because it's something that's just always at 45 years high, 7 years clear. Yeah, I feel like I don't think that there's anything specifically wrong with that. I think other substances, yes. But I think that the relationship is really what's important. And then as far as mushrooms, I've only done them a handful of times. The first time I did them, I broke up with my boyfriend the next day. That was like 13 years ago or something like that. And then in 2020, I did them again, and I've done them a couple times since then. I do really like it. I mean, whenever I do them, I'm like, yo, this is definitely a matrix, and this is definitely a hologram. Like, there's no doubt about it. And the beings are all here. So how was I able to cut back? It really only is the first few days. It's those first few days you're bored. So like sometimes on the first couple days, I'll just kind of like sleep more, numbly watch like hours and hours and hours of something like Cosmic Disclosure to kind of just get past, because it's really just getting past that little craving, and then it's fine. It really is just like a little tiny craving that needs to just be overcome. Let's see. Oh, wow. Ooh, wow. Nice crown. Someone asked, how do you access the Akashic records? Now this is the real me. Yeehaw. So you can access the Akashic records. I highly suggest the book, How to Read the Akashic Records by Linda Howe. The what records? The Akashic records. So you can access them through basically your mind, through meditation. The book, those were awesome too. So the book tells you basically the rules, and it gives you a prayer of how to do it. Now, I think that I use the Silva method, like I told you earlier. I use the Silva method for meditation. So that's a style of meditation where you basically train yourself to do 3, 2, 1. So it's kind of similar to like a self-hypnosis. Oh wow, that was a pretty. Thanks for the gifts, guys. So the book was How to Read the Akashic Records by Linda Howe. And I just did the audiobook. The audiobook was great. It's very quick. It was like 2 hours. It basically kind of just gives you the rules, which is like, you need to be sober for 24 hours before. Don't open the records of minors. They just say that it's just not responsible to do that for minors. If it's in the relation to the parent, through the parent's records is one thing, but they say over 18. Also things like everything has records. So one thing that's very interesting in that book is she kind of talks about the rules about, like, say if there's like a house that's on the market that you want to buy. So if the house is on the market, you can access the records. If the house is not, because it's open for public viewing. But if a house is not on the market, you can't access the records without the owner's permission. So it's like the book is mostly giving you just different rules. It tells you kind of how to do it by saying the prayer, but I'll use the Silva method to get myself into a trance state. And then once I'm in that, like, not a heavy trance, not like a hypnotic trance, but like a very deep meditation, then I open my eyes and I read the little prayer, and then I close my eyes again and I ask the questions from the records. A book for harnessing chi or life force energy. I don't really have a suggestion for that. Do you do hypnosis on others? I have. So when you learn QHHT, the Dolores Cannon method, you have to do 25 sessions for free, just as experience. So I never completed the full 25. So I have done it on people, but I'm not certified, which is the reason that I don't offer it as any type of service. Although the ones that I did, the sessions that I did were incredible. One of them, who my friend is, she's like very skeptical. She was probably not a great person to do it, but she wanted to, and she wouldn't let go. Like, she just really wouldn't. But The other people that I did about like 10 people, and incredible. The information that came through, even still, a couple years later, that information like unravels. It's still relevant. Like my friends, like they kind of like told them information that now 2 years later is like happening in their life. And I'm like, that's what came up in your hypnosis session. And they're like, oh my God, really? I need to re-listen to the audio. Let's see. QHHT by Linda. The QHHT is by Dolores. Dolores Cannon, that's her style. Will you touch on past lives in any of the series or talk about what you know of them, of my own? I was thinking about doing a YouTube video about this. Oh, I make you so feel validated in your conspiracies. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. As far as my past lives, I do want to do a video on that because I think it'll be a really long time, but I will tell you a little something, on this shorter answer. So what's crazy is when I first got interested in past lives, I randomly picked a doctor from online. You know, I live in LA. I saw that this person was not far and was like, cool, that one. And I printed out the questionnaire and I was filling out the questions. You had to fill out questions. I had a scarcity mindset. I mean, I was not making like any money at the time, but I let the idea of like, oh wow, this is like a $500 session. I can't afford it. I ended up not doing the session. Looking back, I'm like, literally, I missed this experience for $500. I was going through I keep a lot of like different things, writings and notebooks and stuff like that. I found the questionnaire for that doctor's pre-evaluation. It was Dr. Michael Newton who wrote Journey of Souls, a book that I did not find for like 5 years later. I literally could have been one of Dr. Michael Newton's last clients before he passed away, and I could have known my whole freaking life purpose and everything at 23 years old, but instead I allowed a scarcity mindset and being afraid of spending $500 miss out on that opportunity. I do think everything happens for a reason, but I still cannot believe that I missed out on that. I should go to Disclosure Fest in June. Oh, maybe I will. That sounds good. Yeah, so that sucks. So what I did during this scarcity mindset, I was like, well, you know what? Because this is kind of how I am. You know, I'm very crafty. I can kind of like make anything, figure out anything. Like, you know, I'm one of those people, I'm like, oh, I'm not going to spend money on it. I'll just do it myself. And which is the reason why, you know, I do a lot of research and stuff myself, and I don't do that much outside healing work and stuff like that. But what taught me to get out of that mindset? Okay, one thing that I suggest, Ken Honda. Oh wow, that was really pretty. Ken Honda, he has a book called Happy Money. What's a good technique to release the fear of being broke? So I did Mind Valley, which is also $500. Great way to spend $500. Mind Valley is how I learned the Silva method. I also took the Happy Money course. It's called Money EQ in that. There's a book called Happy Money by Ken Honda. So that is great because it really just talks about money being energy and how you have to be happy around money, because if you have a scarcity mindset, money doesn't want to be around you either. The same negativity you feel towards money and the stress you feel towards money, money feels that towards you and doesn't want to be around you either. So there's a lot of just things like that. And there was one method in that course, which I'll just tell you briefly, which you could do on your own. So same thing, get yourself into a deep state of meditation and then go to the moment where, and it's not what you think it is in your conscious mind, go to the moment that you feel, in that moment, you're like, okay, take me to the moment that started this scarcity mindset. And it might not be the first one, but it will bring you to some type of memory in your life. Oh, thanks for all these roses, guys. It will take you to this point in your life that you might have not even realized had such an impact. For me, when I did that exercise, it was a time when I was like 19 years old. I had a boyfriend who's still one of my best friends, but that was like 20 years older than me. And, you know, we were in different places financially, obviously. And I had to take the train when I was living in New York, which I'm from the East Coast. So I was going onto the subway and I literally like did not even have enough money to get on the subway, like $1.75 or like $2.50 or something like that. And I was like, oh my God, like I was like having a meltdown. I didn't want to ask him for money. I go back to his apartment, kind of hysterical. And I'm like, you know, and like just kind of all this stuff. And he kind of like made me make some changes in my life, which did impact me financially. And I was feeling just so much like negativity around it. And I've had money wounds since I was a child. And so that kind of like brought it up. And then he's like, well, why are you upset? Fine. Like, you need money? And then gives me $100 bill. And it was like, you don't, what can I do to get on the subway with $100 bill? I can't, the $100 bill. So it was kind of like, it meant like nothing to him, but even the $100 bill didn't solve the problem for me because it was such a deep problem. So when I do this meditation, it's like, okay, go to this memory. That's the memory that I go to. I thought it might have been, I don't know, my mom when I was younger telling me I couldn't have stuff and then spending money on other things that were stupid. The stress of my mom, you know, my mom, you know, worked in factories and all types of stuff. Like it was like we were very, very, very poor. So you think it would have been some of those things that really scared me as a child. I literally used to beg my mom to like not spend her money on stupid stuff when I was like 5. So I didn't go to those memories. I went to this random fight that I had with boyfriend. And you see this memory and then they say, okay, now stop the memory, turn it into a picture. So I see this one freeze frame of the memory and it's like, okay, now turn that memory into black and white. So then it becomes a black and white picture. And then they're like, now put a picture frame around it. And it just seems weird as you're doing it. It's like, and it's like, it could be anything. It could be a Victorian antique frame, or it could be a macaroni frame. A macaroni frame is great. So, you know, you put your little macaroni frame around this really traumatic day in your life, apparently. And then it's like, now change the lighting. And it just sounds like a lot of weird stuff. But then I'm like, okay, well, it's going to be a disco ball. So now this traumatic event, which was not like it was more so like built up from other things that I was reacting to. It wasn't that the event itself was. It was more so like things bubbling. So I've got this day that was apparently very upsetting. There's a disco ball. There's a macaroni picture frame. All of this. But then after you do that to this memory, your brain's like, is this really important? Do I need to be holding on to this? So sometimes when we go back and change those memories, like you go back to your inner child, you go back to a moment that was very traumatic for you. If you go back to that memory and visualize yourself now coming in the room and defending yourself or just hugging yourself, you've changed the memory. And once you change that memory, the brain is like, you know what? This might not be that big of a deal. Maybe I should just let it go. So then, you know, you put the macaroni picture frame on your wall of the museum of your life, you know? So I like those type of methods. I like that with inner child work. Another thing that I love is like, they talk about like, which I love, Marissa Peer. So Ken Honda for money stuff, Marissa Peer for everything. Check her out. Marissa Peer, she's the person who kind of started that I am enough thing years ago. And now it's kind of like just like in the general consensus. But like the I am enough thing, she registered. So don't use it because she'll sue you. But she's a great lady. And she's a hypnotist. And she uses a similar method where she talks about sometimes is like, you bring your inner child into your apartment now. And like, imagine bringing your 5-year-old self into my cool apartment. Like, it's so healing. And yes, check out Marissa Peer. How do I meditate and transcend? You know, the meditation, it's really just like, I personally don't like the mindlessness. I know they call it mindfulness, but it seems like mindlessness to me. I'm not that much aligned with that style of meditation, which is why I like the Silva method, because the Silva method is kind of an active style of meditation. So I'm a big believer of visualization. I like to use visualization in pretty much every meditation, because your brain, the same thing, like your brain, you can always reprogram it, and you reprogram it by visualizing. And also those visualizations, like we talked about earlier, manifesting the new earth, everything starts with a thought. So see those thoughts. And another thing, which comes from Dr. Maltz, Maxwell Maltz, I believe, he created the psycho-cybernetics. So he talks about the mental movies, which was taken also from Joe Dispenza uses it now, Silva method uses it, all these other things use it. But he was the first person to do that or to write about it. And he was also the world's first plastic surgeon. So he had a very interesting perspective on the world. And he talks about how when you visualize, don't just visualize what you want. Visualize all your past successes, which I love. So like, take some time to visualize what you want. Yeah, psycho-cybernetics, exactly. So take some time to also visualize all of your wins. So imagine the time that you completed a project, and when you finished that thing, and and it doesn't have to be like, I won a trophy, which is great. Visualize that too. But also your little wins throughout your life, throughout the day. I had a to-do list and I did it all. That you visualize that, and that's how you build your mind and your confidence to create the future you want. Let's see. So interesting when you talked about the 3-foot synthetic bodies. I immediately thought plastic surgeons. Interesting. Yeah, so those little grays, they're like half robot, half organic. What are my thoughts on Freemasonry? Well, you know, my thoughts on it are pretty much what everyone in the community of conspiracy believes. My research on flat earth. The flat earth is such a hot topic right now. I'm going to tell you, I'm not a flat earther. I don't think that they're 100% wrong. I think that there is a global lie that is happening. I believe there is a global lie, and that's where a lot of this is coming from. But I believe in hollow earth, and I don't understand how hollow earth and Agartha align. And also the other thing, and you know, I loved channeled messages, raw channeled messages, everything, all of these channeled messages, they always say this word or phrase, your planetary sphere. They always say of your planetary sphere, the planetary sphere of Earth, the planetary spheres of this. So they always use that word of like, or the phrase planetary sphere. So also in other types of things, when they talk about the evolution of consciousness and the cell. So like, you know, the thing like everything inside of our body is what mimics everything outside of our body. Everything that's happening inside of our body is basically everything that's happening in the universe. So like the cells are round, or at least our understanding of them is that they're round and then they split, and all of this stuff kind of comes back to spheres, the flower of life, all of it, all the sacred geometry. It's a lot of spheres and stuff. So I feel that there is something around the sphere that is connected to consciousness. So I don't believe the flat earth thing. The firmament idea is very interesting. I have a friend who's a hardcore flat earther, and he's very convincing. The dome, that's kind of similar to like the firmament. He's very convincing. And I believe that he's onto something, but I don't think that it's exactly that. And I think that that's kind of like everyone thinks it's this, but it's actually like this. Let's see. I swear my nail polish doesn't smell the same how I remember it smelling when I was younger. I don't know. I mean, my smell is pretty much shot because after I got the vid, I didn't get my smell back for like 7-8 months, and nothing really smells exactly right after. Let's see. Compare the earth to a cat's eye marble. Okay. What if hollow earth is a different space, like a world inside the world? I mean, I do believe that. I do believe in the hollow earth. So I don't believe that the earth is hollow. I think that's like a term. No, the earth is not hollow. What I've heard is that it's like a honeycomb structure. So there's like massive type of crevices, but it's not completely hollow. It's like there's empty crevices where civilizations live. Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind, have you made contact? So my whole family, well, like not my mom, but my siblings, we were all a UFO landed, and there was some time lost when we were younger. This was in 1993. I did do a video about it on my YouTube, so I'm not going to get all into it. But so as far as that goes, there's one thing that's not in that video, though, that I will talk about that I totally forgot. So in that video, I talked about this encounter. Then I went under hypnosis. And when I went under hypnosis, I was like, well, what happened? Did I go on the ship? What happened? Who was it? Who was on the ship? What did they want? What did they do to us? Did they do anything? And when I went under hypnosis, the message that I got was that it was not time for me to know yet. And the hypnotist kept like kind of asking in different ways of, well, what was it? What did they do? It did say that I did go on the ship, which I don't remember. Like basically we were all sitting down, and you should watch it on YouTube, but we were sitting down when it happened. And then the next thing I remember is we're all standing in a line, and we all like at the same time started screaming. But it was like we were sitting and then we were standing ahead in a line. So who did your hypnosis? His name is Jeroen de Witt. He is, I believe, from the Netherlands. He lives in North Hollywood. He trained directly from Dolores, which was the reason I picked him. And I did really like him. He was very generous with his time. My hypnosis took like over 8 hours. It was a long one. So as far as like an encounter, I was not given the answer of who it was, what happened on the ship. Just was told that me and one of my sisters went on the ship. They didn't tell me who. Pretty sure I know which one it is based on stuff. And oh, that's who you were gonna go see too. Oh, cool. Aw. Yeah, he's a sweetheart. He was really good. So then I basically asked the Akashic Records, apparently. So I keep all of my information from the Akashic Records in my phone. I keep it in my notes. So occasionally I will go back and kind of look through those things because it's hard to remember exactly what comes through. And the way that I do it is I do speech to text, and I ask all the questions out loud and do all the answers out loud. So it's all written down. About 2 weeks ago, I'm looking through my phone to try to find this information about something else I asked, which I could not find. But I asked the Akashic Records, and I guess like, I don't know why, even through the reading, it kept saying that it's like, do you want us to stop? We feel like you're going to fall asleep. Do you want us to stop? And I was like, no, I'm going to stay awake. And I asked, what happened on the ship? Will I get to know? When do I get to know? And they told me that, yes, I went on the ship. Yes, there was something to do with the hybrid program, that there was some type of exchange that happened. And I'm like, well, who was it? Who were they? And I asked a channeler this before. A channeler told me that they were Pleiadians and that they were doing a healing on me. I didn't fully resonate with that information, even though I love the Pleiadians, but as far as I've learned, Pleiadians don't travel in those type of ships. They travel interdimensionally in the Merkaba energy. So, and like I talked about in the YouTube video, the ship was like clunky. It wasn't like, you know, these ships you see on TV that they're so like in movies, they're all sleek and stuff, but like this one was not sleek. It was like clunky. It was kind of just like not what I would have expected. It was a little bit more old school looking. I don't know. Maybe it was like thousands of years old. I don't know. So when I saw that, whatever, so I was just like, I just don't think that the Pleiadians would be traveling in those type of ships. And I just never fully resonated with that as much as I love them. In this Akashic record reading that I had no recollection of doing, it says that it was the Greys. And that basically, that there is a connection with me to this hybrid program. But was it not terror inducing? In the moment, it was terror inducing. It was so scary that for years, every night when I went to sleep, I was afraid that they were coming back. But that's because it happened when I was like 5 years old. And I was scared for years. Like I would sleep like, oh my God, like they're going to come back tonight. Also, the Pleiadians bought some Greys, maybe. But then the other information that came through with that is that basically I've been visited many times since then, but that I have no recollection of those experiences. So that there has been ongoing stuff throughout my life, but that it's not appropriate for me to remember. Alien babies. It's like I told you, I've had this irrational fear since I was younger that I had children out there somewhere. And then, you know, hearing that doesn't make it any easier. Let's see. You encountered a false light being, basically an inorganic future us who went into transhumanism. Well, not exactly, because the Greys existed before humans did. So they're not really us in the future, although there is some of them that have souls who used to be humans. What do I think about sleep paralysis? I don't know so much about the reason for it. What I've heard, Dolores talks about it in her books, a lot of places that I've heard talk about that when we're sleeping, JK, mother of hybrids. So when we're sleeping, we are leaving the body. We are doing things in our sleep. Some people are doing things, finishing things, practicing the earth shift, to do all this type of stuff in your sleep. So my understanding, what I believe sleep paralysis to be, is you're astrally out there and you don't get back to your body in time. So like kind of like you're still like coming back into the body, but your body is already starting to wake up. So Whitley Strieber, I have Majestic here on my bookshelf. I bought Majestic because it said that is the true declassified version of the Roswell events. And that Whitley Strieber was basically like a double officer agent, you know, that basically the information that he was getting was kind of like fictional, but was actual true disclosure. My boyfriend tells me that I kick and scream in my sleep all the time and I have no memory of it. Does that mean anything? I don't know. You know, I know there's a lot of stuff that can happen too related to sleep with like trauma. So it could be a lot of reasons, but if it's a spiritual reason, then, you know, you might be dreaming, or you might be, you know, I'm not sure, like resisting something. I think that, you know, a lot of times when people have sleepwalking and stuff like that, I'm not sure. I don't know too much about it. You guys should check out who I did a live with, Sophia, Astral Assassin 101. She does know a lot about that type of stuff. Yeah, see, being scared that someone was holding you down. A lot of people say that, you know, a lot of people say that this like sleep paralysis feels like they're being pushed down. I've never experienced it. And there is some beings that come to people, like the Hat Man, the Old Hag. If you guys are probably familiar with these, if you've, you know, done your little research of creepy stuff in the world. And so basically, I do believe that those entities are somehow opportunists to this, you're leaving your body astrally and coming back. I do think that those like Hat Man, Old Hag, shadow beings, shadow people, I think that they're kind of like opportunists for that experience that's happening, like maybe, but I don't really know. What if we're in battles while we're sleeping? I don't really think the battle thing. There is some people who talk about that. If you guys follow Elizabeth April, I do like her. I've met her before. I like Elizabeth April, although she does sometimes talk about these like astral battles that I just don't resonate with. I just feel like we're not doing that type of warring stuff in our sleep. Yeah, energetic body not being able to fully return to the physical body. Yeah, I think it's just like kind of like a delay. I love Elizabeth April. Yeah, me too. I really do. I like her, especially her earlier stuff. I think, you know, it's hard to always be producing content over time, and things change and people's lives happen. Her video on reptilians is really good, though. The video is really good. It's a good explanation. Can you see my room? Sure. You guys want a little house tour? All right, let me unplug this. Okay, so I have a light here, so... okay, so first of the house tour, I'm in a moon pod. So the moon pod is a pain in the ass to get out of. All right, let's see here. How do I flip the camera? How do I do it, guys? How do I flip the camera? Okay, well, we'll do it this way. So there's Nintendo. Hi. There's the moon pod. Here's my little plant background. Let's see here, my neon sign that says this must be the place, based on my favorite song by Talking Heads. Okay, so I opened this green screen. My friend gave it to me. I thought it would be easy, or I thought it would be good for the TikToks. It doesn't really make a difference, so I don't want to use it. But now I can't close it, and it's been like 3 weeks, so we're just roommates now. Let's see. Here's my little thing. I painted this and built this. You know, I'm very crafty. Let's see here. All right, here's my little office area. Let's see if you could see that. Yeah, my little office. I wish I could learn how to switch this screen. It would be easier. Here's, let's see, my little bar cart area. Got the Dom on there for a special treat. I don't know, maybe I'll pop that when I hit 1 million followers. Let's see, my little dining area. I have a small apartment. My friend was supposed to take that plant because she's a plant whisperer and it was dying, but she left it here, so I guess it's gonna die. Let's see, I got my little living room area. I got a green velvet couch. Nintendo threw that on the floor. Let's see. And then, yeah, my little cool little kind of vagina-ish art. Yeah. And then that's that, my little kitchen. It's my little thing. And then from the other side of what you guys were seeing is the light and the moon pod, and that's that. All right. Back in the moon pod. Oh, Nintendo is so cute. I know, he really is. He's the cutest. Okay. What state am I in? I'm in California. I'm in LA, in Hollywood. Right in the hellmouth. Where was the eye rug from? It's from Amazon. It's the 4x6 one. So if you put eye rug, it's the size 4x6. But just be careful vacuuming it because it gets sucked into the whole vacuum. It's really dramatic. How do I like LA? I loved living here. I've been here over 10 years. The last couple years is just really just turned to complete garbage. I'm glad that I have like really good friends and I have a good community of people here because that definitely makes it great. But the streets are worse than ever. Like people are possessed in the streets. It is so bad. The drugs, the meth is so bad, and all the homeless situation is so bad. It's like genuinely dangerous to go outside. And the people who are like saying it's not are not aware. They're just not aware. They're not looking. You know, where am I from in the East Coast? I grew up in Jersey City in New Jersey. And so that's like right across the water from Manhattan. So basically all the pictures of the New York skyline are taken from Jersey City and Hoboken. And so like basically that's where, you know, the Statue of Liberty is, even though they say it's in New York, it's actually in Jersey City. New Jersey. And Jersey City is a weird place because it's kind of like everyone from Jersey is like, you're not really from Jersey, you're a New Yorker. And then everyone from New York is kind of like, that's not New York. Even though everything, like all the New York teams and the Statue of Liberty and all this other shit is actually not in New York, it's in Jersey. Oh, you grew up in Elizabeth, nice. Oh, and Union too. Yeah, well, Jersey City now is like super gentrified and nice, but yeah, not really it wasn't like that when I was growing up. Why don't I have a podcast? I actually did for a long time, and you guys missed it. But maybe I will again. I lived in Jersey City for 10 years. Oh, cool. Yeah, I grew up in the Heights on Leonard Street. Just bought Journey of Souls. Ooh, yes, you're going to love it. Dominican living in Jersey. Yes, Jersey City. I mean, I grew up with like mostly Dominican, Puerto Rican people, but also, oh, you live in the financial district. Oh, cool. I can't believe there's so many people in this area. Oh, you live on Griffith? Oh my God. The amount of, my best friend lived on Griffith when we were younger, and oh my God, the debauchery. The debauchery. Do you relate to any religions? This is a great question. I don't practice or follow any religions. Oh, Irish on Newark Ave, one of the original Irish crew of Jersey. There's not many left. East Hollywood isn't that bad. I don't live in East Hollywood, but what's your take on Hollywood spirituality? Okay, wait, what was the question I was answering right before? What was it? Let me go back. I lost it. Oh, religion. Yeah, so I was raised Catholic. For so many Jersey City people in here. I love it. Yeah, so St. Anne's Church, baby. All the freaking time. I don't really have religious trauma, so it doesn't bother me. Some people do have religious trauma, so they get triggered by it. It was fine, you know. Obviously, the nun, Sister Alberta, she was nasty as hell. But aside from that, like, I don't have, like, religious trauma. So it was fine. My mom was a Sunday school teacher. So I had to spend a lot of time in church. I had to go obviously every Sunday, but then also I would have to go to sometimes other things because my mom was a teacher and stuff. And my mom had to be a teacher. so she could pay for us to go to Sunday school. She couldn't afford Sunday school, so she had to teach Sunday school. So I mean, I had fine experience. I was in the choir in church. It didn't really, I was that person in Sunday school that was like, so do people from other religions automatically go to hell? And I'd be like, if you didn't teach us the 10 Commandments, would we go to hell if we never knew about it? I would ask a lot of questions about hell for some reason. I would be like, so if God's crying when it rains, why is he only crying over us? So those are like the type of questions that I always asked, and I never fully resonated with, I was interested in like kind of learning the stories of the Bible, which I still am. As far as feeling spiritually connected, not so much. I do, my favorite, my favorite person in the whole mix of being Catholic is definitely the Mother Mary, Jesus' mom. She's been my favorite of everyone in the whole mix. I've always loved her. My husband was 3, asked why Jesus wore a diaper. Yeah, exactly. So I felt, yes, I loved the Mother Mary, the Virgin Mary, and that was pretty much mostly my connection to it. I think part of the reason why I didn't resonate, now after like many years and a lot of like self-reflection and stuff, I think part of the reason that I didn't resonate with it is because it was very the Father. The whole thing is about the Father, and me and my dad don't get along. I haven't talked to my dad in probably 17 years or more. Even when we were younger, from the time I was younger, it was never a thing. And so I think that this whole obsession with the Father and my own relationship with my father never made me feel that the Father was the ultimate supreme of everything, but as far as God and stuff goes, because I know people are always asking in my comments about how I feel about God. So I do believe in the more like universe source type of thing. I believe that God is everything, that we're all fractals of God. And I know that comes up a lot also in Judaism, which I want to read more into. I just need maybe like some suggestions of the books to go about reading, because I've heard these things, but basically I believe in like this full source of everything that is, all of creation is one. We're all one collective, and we're all little fractals of this original plan of some creator. Read the Kabbalah. See, that's what I want to do. But I feel like I need some like introductory book to it, like I don't know if I could read like the actual Kabbalah, like just go right in and process everything. I would kind of like to be introduced to someone who maybe breaks it down the way that I kind of break down different things. I would like someone who does that for the Kabbalah. Ariana Grande is into that. A lot of celebrities are. Kabbalah equals architecture of reality. Yeah, I know. See, that's why I'm very interested in it, because I know that most of the stuff that I come across also is in that, and it is also in the Quran. Like a lot of things that I come across, and like that's the same thing too. I would like to read some summarizations and some interpretations of the Quran, and then go into reading it, because even the Bible, it's hard to read the actual full texts. The Flower of Life books. Yeah, me too, by Drunvalo Melchizedek. I have one of his books, but it's a Mayan book. It's not that one. The Kabbalah centers where you can take classes. I know there's a few in Beverly Hills that I could go to. How do you ground yourself? I mean, not enough. I mean, as grounded as I'm going to get is talking about aliens on the grass at this point. 72 Names of God. Is that the name of the book? Or is that you will pick it up intuitively? When do we need to move out of California? I don't know, but listen to your intuition on it. If you have something that comes up for you to take you to a different place, whether you're in California or not, trust it. The universe moves you when it's your time. What flavor of kombucha am I drinking? I am drinking the ginger limon. You can ground by walking on grass. Yeah. Do I have any tattoos? Yes, I do. I have one on my inner finger here. It's kind of faded, but it kind of always looked that way from the beginning. It didn't get that much worse. So that is, it says write, like writing, because I'm a writer, and that was supposed to be my daily reminder to always write. So sometimes it's a stressful tattoo to look at. I also have a tattoo of a wasp on my back that I got for my 16th birthday. And it still looks very good. What do you think of human design? I'm very interested in it, but it's very complicated. Same thing. I do follow, I can't think of her name. I know it's Marissa, but I can't think of her full handle. But I do follow some people who explain human design in more clear terms, but there's still a lot. I do want to, oh, here you are. Yeah, here she is. Mama Marisha. There she is. So she has really good stuff that explains human design. Let's see. Why a wasp? Someone asked. So when I was like 15 years old, so I'm very connected to mantises, praying mantises. Like literally, they would come to me all the time. I've seen them being born out of the Utheca. I've like seen them in like literally my whole childhood. Praying mantises were around me all the time. If you see pictures of me from that time, I literally look like a freaking praying mantis. Everyone used to call me the mantis, and they were just my favorite. They were my favorite. I still love them. So I wanted to get a praying mantis tattoo, but I couldn't find the right picture. Maybe the mantis people guide you. I do feel that I'm connected to mantis aliens, and mantis aliens are all over the galaxy. I don't know if they're from anywhere specific, but they're kind of everywhere is what I've heard. And I love them. Like literally they would come to me all the time. From the moment I moved to LA, I never saw one again. So I haven't seen one in 10 years in person. I will see people post it, but I've never seen one in person after that. There's countless scientific and numerical miracles in the Quran. I know, and I'm very interested in it. And there's a couple people on YouTube who break down really good Quran, just comparing it to physics, comparing it to the string theory. There's a lot of stuff that's in quantum physics that was already said in the Quran. So as far as my wasp tattoo, so I wanted to do this tattoo where one side was a praying mantis and the other side was a wasp, because they're kind of like the arch enemies. Because part of the reason why praying mantises were endangered is because wasps would put their babies inside the Utheca, like the little cocoon thing that mantises put their babies in. So wasps would kill all the mantis babies by using that little sac to host their own babies. So I kind of wanted this like yin yang type of thing where one side was the wasp and one side was the praying mantis, and it was kind of like this like, battle or whatever. But then it hurt so much. I never ended up getting the praying mantis. He did the outline, and I was like, you know what? That's good. Hey, thanks. I was like, you know what? That's good. I think I'm good with just the outline. And my friend was like, go back in the chair and finish your damn tattoo. So thankfully she did. If she wasn't there, I would have just walked out with half a tattoo and been like, you know what? I like it. The wasp is to protect you from the mantises. Interesting. Although I feel so much connection to the mantises. I love them so much. I actually used to have them as pets too. One of them bit me once. Was it your first? My first tattoo? Yes, I got it for my 16th birthday. Wasps are bullies. They are. Jamming out my hat. Octopus aliens. So they say, what I've heard, is that octopuses are kind of aliens, that they're not really originally from here, and that they are a high consciousness, and they're kind of here experiencing Earth as a school the same way that we are. Wait, they bite. Yeah, I know. Like, no one ever gets bitten by a praying mantis, but, you know, I used to let him, like, crawl on me, like, on my hair. I would just let him, like, stay in my hair and on my face and stuff, and he bit my lip one time. Thoughts on dolphins? I love dolphins. Dolphins are the best. They are the best. I love them. I never got to kiss one, but I want to. Also, same thing. They say that they are like derived from an alien race who came here early on. They are a very highly advanced thing. The weirdest thing, dolphins are Syrians. Yeah, I mean, I've heard different things. I'm not fully sure. I have a really interesting book called The Data Factor, like DETA. It's written by Timothy Wiley, I think. The book is like The Data Factor, extraterrestrials, dolphins, and angels. And then in the like subtext, it's like the Urantia book. So obviously I ended up buying it. And it's interesting. He talks a lot about this experience with dolphins. And, you know, there is a lot of interesting experiences with dolphins, from the birthing centers to dolphin saving people to this, like, I don't know if you guys know about this book called The Wet Goddess, where this guy and this dolphin have like a whole freaking relationship. I don't condone that, but it's interesting. No, I have not read The Universal One by Walter Russell. I would like to, though. The Brian Weiss regression. The Brian Weiss past life regression and a dream saw telepathic octopus. Whoa, octopus and mantis beings. Cool. How do I know if I'm currently in a coma? I mean, I don't think so. Because, I mean, I'm definitely conscious right now. So I wonder if I would be conscious in your coma, but who knows? Reading Behold a Pale Horse now. It's so good. It's very dense. When I read it, I skipped around. I didn't read front to back because there's definitely some parts that, you know, I would get kind of tripped up on. So I did focus a lot on more the alien stuff. Although the whole satanic part of the book, I still need to dig into. What are your past lives? Okay, so I didn't end up doing the Michael Newton. Brian Weiss, who was just mentioned, had a recording on YouTube, which is still up there. I think I have it in my my YouTube playlist. If not, I'll add it tonight. So it's a recording where he did like a group past life regression, and you can listen to it. So this was probably in like 2013. I was like, okay, I'm not going to spend the $500 on seeing the greatest of all time, and I'll just do it myself instead. So I do this meditation, past life regression, and I start like, and it was still like, I was still pretty new to meditating at the time, but I had never gone that deep before. Like, I literally felt like I was levitating. And it was like this like very pleasurable feeling of like, I felt like I was levitating. And I had like turned off most of the lights, and I only left the light inside my closet on because I wanted it to be like dark enough. And I was like, whoa. And it was like, he brings you back to like in the womb and then before the womb. And I'm like going through that process, and I I will post it. I'll have to, I'm going to do a YouTube video about all my past life experiences and all the past lives that I've remembered and everything. So this picture, I will make sure I put it in there. I'm laying there feeling like I'm levitating. It's so good. And then I hear like a mini explosion in the real 3D in my room. And I'm like jolted back into my body, and I'm like, ah, and all the lights are off. And when I first closed my eyes, I had left the light in the closet on. This was a different apartment too, by the way. And so then I'm like, oh God. And I just felt that there was something there. Like I felt like something was in the room with me. And I was like, oh God, oh God. So I was so scared. It was like pitch black. So I get up and go over to the closet, even though it like literally felt like someone was in there. But I knew no one was because it was even smaller than my apartment right now. And when I go into the closet, and I mean, you got to watch this video. I'll do it. I'll record it like in the next couple days. I promise. The light bulb had detached from the thing. So the metal like socket part and like the little filaments inside were still in the thing. And the entire glass was on the floor, completely intact, like cut around intact. It wasn't like the glass broke. I was like, so I took a couple pictures of it and I started crying, and because I was just so scared, and I was like, Grandma, is that you? And I was hoping it was my grandma. Like, so I cry a little bit and I'm scared. And then I sit around for a little, and then I'm like, well, I better go finish the meditation. So I lay back down and start over. And so I start doing this meditation again, and I get deep fast because, you know, I don't know, I just cried. So I feel like I let a lot out. So I do it again, and then I am like in this life at like, and I don't know, Jesus time or whatever. I don't know. It was like ancient sometime. I don't know where, what it was. The shoes sucked. They were some type of crappy sandal. The outfit was just like some smock. So I don't know what the time frame was, but I was like with these two guys that were like not very nice. They really weren't. So there was like these two guys. I don't know. They didn't really like, they were burly and disgusting, but they were not very kind to me. And I was pregnant, and I was like walking behind them, like really like struggling, and they weren't really waiting for me. And then I was going to, oh wow, pretty. I was going to, you know, give birth. So we go to some like place, like a stable type of thing, and give birth to this baby. And then like right after I give birth, they're like, okay, come on, let's go. And I was not ready to go yet. So, but I felt like kind of imprisoned. Like I didn't feel like these were not like my partner or anything like that. So they forced me to start walking again. And because apparently we have been walking for so long and we're going to walk more. And so I'm walking with the baby, and then I just feel like I'm dying. And I see a tree, which was weird because it was kind of like in the desert. And then I just go up to this tree and I just lay down under it. And then he takes the baby out of my hands and then just keeps walking. And then I start leaving the body. And so that was like the first time I experienced the past life regression. What's so interesting is one of my friends did a session with Brian Weiss. And she was telling me about her experience, and she had almost the same exact past life. Like almost to a T of giving the birth. She didn't get left under the tree after, but I was like, what the hell? So then later, what happened to the baby? They took it they just took it out of my arms and then they just walked away. These guys, I don't know what happened. And then I just like kind of like saw myself leaving the body. Have you been friends for a long time? The girl who had that regression, not really. We were co-workers and then she ended up moving. So we're still friends, but we weren't really super close or knew each other that long. But I was trying to explain to her about this whole like imprinting thing. So this is also what gets talked about in Dolores Cannon's books, which basically they say that not all of our past lives are really our past lives. It could be, but you also can download past lives from the Akashic records before incarnating so that you can have experiences with the karma and lessons that you're trying to work with. So, and I'll get into this more in the long form that I'm going to do, because all of my past lives that I've remembered have this same theme of this, like that one where I was kind of like, I don't know, like a prisoner or something, and they took my baby and basically killed me because they wouldn't just let me stop walking. And then all my other past lives was like I was a prisoner in a brothel, and all of them are related to like the same type of like this thing of women being like taken and overtaken by men. So even when I did the past life regression in QHHT, that one was also a similar type of experience, but it was more modern. And every single one of those lives are always connected to, you know, the R word that we're not going to say on TikTok. And so but when I did that past life regression with the official one, with the hypnotist, with the QHHT practitioner, I saw like a flash in my head of like a Dewey Decimal System. And it kind of looked like I opened the drawer and like kind of pulled out something. And I was like, did I like literally, was it like a Dewey Decimal System? And I literally was like, okay, women who have been R-word by men and this, gonna download all of these. And then my friend having almost the same experience made me even feel more so that it was an imprint. How do I find someone to see my past life? I'd love to do it. So I would suggest looking up QHHT practitioners, because I do love Dolores's method. But you also can try doing it yourself if you want, with a recording. I would suggest the Brian Weiss recording that's on YouTube. And it'll say in the title, thank you for these roses, by the way. It will say without ads. Make sure you do the one without ads, because if you do the one with ads, it will scare the shit out of you in the middle of your past life to hear about, I don't know, Gaia TV, why you should sign up for it, or whatever other targeted advertising you get. When and how did you wake up? You mean in my spiritual awakening, I'm assuming. Well, my awakening has been a long time because, like I said earlier, I had that UFO alien experience when I was younger. Also, my grandmother, she was gypsy, so she did do magic. She did like a lot of black magic and stuff, honestly. So I did grow up around that, even though my side of the family was Catholic and we were a bit separate from that. We did still know about it, and there still was a little bit of crossover. So I was very scared of magic and spirituality. I was even afraid of crystals when I was younger because of the type of stuff that I had seen. So I was always aware of these things. My spiritual awakening started, I remember December 21st of 2012. I remember looking at the clock at 11 and being like, is the world going to end? Is this really it? And then in the months following that was when kind of all like crazy stuff started happening to me. And I had moved to LA in 2012 also. So my awakening does correlate a lot with moving to LA. And how do you come back from regression? How do I come back from regression of my healing journey? Like, do you mean a past life regression, or regressing in the fact of feeling like you're not progressing? Even if you feel like in your spiritual process, like maybe you've taken a couple steps back, you're not. When my spiritual awakening started in, regressed in 2020. Yeah, so when my spiritual awakening started, it really got crazy in 2013. That's when I became aware of a lot of stuff and got like, it was like nonstop. Like I felt like I was like getting blasted with all types of information. Everything I looked at, everyone I interacted with, so many things were happening. It got scary, and I did end up getting really scared of everything, and I stopped meditating. And for a couple years, I kind of only dabbled like a little bit with even meditating, because I learned about the prison planet and all of this stuff and the reptilians, and I got scared away from it. So it's never stopped. But sometimes it's not always taking steps forward. Sometimes you need to just stay at the step that you're at for a while, and other things in your life will come. Because part of my spiritual journey then kicked up again in 2017 when I went through a breakup, and the book Journey of Souls actually helped me to accept that breakup. Because I did feel like that person was a soulmate, although looking back, it was more of a karmic lesson that was really bitter. But then I had a bigger awakening again in 2020. So thanks for this. I just think this is so cute. So you're never stopped. You're never regressing. You're never going back. Just sometimes you need to stay where you're at, and it's not always progressing forward. Okay, so there you go. Oh, how do I block someone? Oh, there you go. I don't play around with the blocking, guys. I got like 1,000 people blocked. I have no problem doing it. Hey guys, do you want a mod? I don't know how to have a mod. How do I do it? But I think it's fine. I don't think that, I mean, honestly, everyone's being, that one guy just kept talking. What was he saying? Shart the demon? Like, he literally said it like 25 times. Like, dude, no one is getting your freaking weird statement. Someone said, and I got thousands of accounts. I'll block them all. Are you afraid of grays? No, I'm not afraid of grays. Oh, thanks, guys. What is my day job? I don't have a day job. I worked literally since I was 15. I mean, even really before that. But like from 15 to 32, I worked almost every day. I've had so many jobs. I've done like literally everything. I mean, it's ridiculous. You selling shirts or what? Oh yeah, I am selling shirts. I guess I do have a job. So when I started Mind Valley and I did the Selva method, I learned about the energy with money, the money EQ. I also took the Lisa Nichols course, which she did a meditation where basically you walk into a funeral and then you see it's yourself in the casket, and it's 3 years in the future. And when I did that meditation and I saw that I could have possibly been in a casket in 3 years, and I'm like, imagine that was true. And then I just decided, I'm like, I can't keep doing this. I can't keep working every day of my life, going somewhere that I hate, that's draining me, all of this. So I had been saving money because I was like having so much fear and anxiety around money since I was a kid. I would work and like save my money. I don't take any vacations. I don't go on vacation or anything. I would just work and just put the money away. And so I did save up a nice amount of money. And I'm like, well, what am I going to do? Buy a house? I mean, or and then just get stuck same in this work cycle. And I'm like, I want to take 6 months off and just focus on myself and see where the world takes me, and really trust the universe and allow my life to really happen the way that it's supposed to. So I did. After that, at the end of that 6 months was when everything kind of fell apart. My boyfriend at the time was not only cheating on me, he got possessed. It was like a literal freaking nightmare, the scariest shit ever. And then, but then I was like, you know what? I'm going to extend this for 4 more months. I'm going to trust the universe, and little gigs would come up here and there. And because I've like literally managed so many businesses, I've managed hair salons, weed shops, restaurants, everything. I've had like literally every type of job, and I'm really good at like managing the staff. So I get a lot of text messages for random gigs because people are like, I really need someone trustworthy to go to this Airbnb and set up the fridge for some rich people. So I do get like randomly called to do like things like that, just because of all the connections that I've made living in LA for so long. So whenever I did really like my bills were coming, something would fall into my place. So I feel like that's kind of, I've been trusting in the universe. Then after those 4 months were done, which was just in March, right now I haven't made another commitment to how long, but I'm done. Like I've made the commitment. Like I don't ever want to go back to a job that I don't like. So I'm trusting it. As far as like, you know, people with like less followers make like their entire living off of TikTok. I'm like, how? I mean, also they're not talking about what I'm talking about. I mean, you know, who's gonna sponsor my content? Aliens? Reptilians? I mean, not even them. So, I mean, I can't really get like any type of sponsoring money from it. But I've been enjoying it. And I just feel like, what is the money thing called again? So the course was called Money EQ on Mind Valley. But you can read the book Happy Money by Ken Honda, which is what the course is based off of. Literally quit my job today. So nice to hear this. Oh, good for you. And seriously, whatever you do, do not give into the doubt timeline. Go back and see that part of the Earthshift series. Do not give into the doubt timeline. I can tell you that like I have trusted the universe is going to, my bills will be paid. I'm not going to let fear or anything take over. And literally I'll get a call like, you know, during the Earthshift series, I ended up going to Palm Springs for to work at a billionaire's birthday party. You know, that's the problem though, is like, you know, as much as all these elites and stuff, I mean, it pays, I'm always getting called to freaking serve them. You know, I don't know, they like all this light energy that they want to feed off of. So I'm always getting called. I mean, if I even could name drop all of the people, I won't, but yes, a lot of very big influential people that I've worked for. What's my next big project? Well, guys, there's a lot of things that I've been working on for the last 10 years that haven't really come to fruition. And now with everything happening on TikTok, I feel like a lot of those things, are going to come to fruition now. So I was writing a book, which is what this whole tattoo is about. I was writing a book about basically the programming and the creation of the modern woman and how that was created by advertising agencies for profit. And it's kind of like, it's a comedic self-help book for women. And it's basically a mix of how did women get here? How can we redefine being a woman? And also, you know, move forward in creating the world that we want, because I mean, you know, we're the pioneers. So I've been writing that book for 10 years on and off, you know, not every day for 10 years. Sometimes I will take breaks from it. So, and I had been wondering this whole time as I've been putting this work into this book, like really hardcore work for years, the amount of times I've edited this thing. And I always like feel like, damn, but how am I going to like get people to buy this book? Now I'm like, wow, I have all of these amazing like-minded people. Most of my followers, actually 75% of them are women, when I look at the statistics. So I'm like, look, like, there we go. Like, it does. So my little pep talk for you guys is, if you're feeling like some of the stuff that you're working on, like you're working on music or a book or a movie or this, whatever it is, your creative endeavor, if you're working on that right now, just know that even if it doesn't feel like it's working right now, there'll be a time in your life that all that work comes back. Because I don't have the attention right now. You know, the TikToks do take a lot of attention and energy. And like, I don't have the attention to write a whole book right now. So the 99% that I already wrote, and now I only have 1% to give, it does click in. So just know that the time is coming, you know, so that you can, those things that you're working on, you will eventually have a chance for those things to come to light. So don't feel like it's not working. Just know that when the time is right, all the work you've done adds in. Have you heard of the man in High Castle? I've heard of the show. It's interesting you bring it up, because when my first spiritual awakening started in 2013, I had this very one weird weekend where a lot of stuff happened, and it was like weird. And I was in San Francisco, and I was in my friend's car. We were driving on a mountain, and I had like a vision or whatever, I don't know, of like, and I was like, dude, there's another timeline where the Nazis won the war happening right now. And she's like, okay. I'm like, no, seriously, I'm so serious. It's for real. And I mean, it really freaked me out. So then later on, I found out whenever the High Castle came out, I was like, that's what that show is about. And I was like, yo, that shit's true. Because literally, like, when I had that revelation, I was like, dude, pull over. Here's a timeline. In San Francisco, it's freaky. Yeah, I was like driving. It was actually outside of San Francisco. We were near Sausalito, driving in the mountains. Who is the author of Happy Money? Ken Honda. Honda liked the car. Thanks for the gift. Talk to text and get an editor. Yes. I mean, yeah, the talk to text is a blessing. I need to utilize it more. Not sure why I'm laughing. Me neither. Do you have any experience with Shasta? Yes, I do. So also in 2013, I had a lot of stuff happen in 2013, which honestly, 2013 into 2014 got so intense and so scary that's why I was afraid to even meditate. In that time, I had a video pop up on YouTube called Message from Agartha. And it was a channeled message on, I think the YouTube channel is called Rainbow Abundance. If you ever go back and want to look at them, I don't think they still post, but those old channeled messages are still fire. Trust me. So it was called like Message to Agartha. And I just like felt so connected to it. And it's mentioned Mount Shasta in it. And then I looked up Mount Shasta and was like, it's magnificent. And I actually, right here, I have a picture of Mount Shasta. I didn't show you guys when I gave you the tour, but I have a picture in my living room of Mount Shasta. And so, you know, Telos and Agartha and all this stuff, I got super called to go to Shasta. Once again, lack mentality. I was so much in the lack mentality at that time that I was like, oh, I can't take off from work. I can't, you know, spend the money to go on vacation. And so I delayed this for years. Christmas of 2020, I finally was like, I'm not waiting anymore. The grand conjunction happened on December 21st of 2020. And I was like, I can't like keep holding this off. It's been like 7 years and I'm still haven't gone to Shasta, and I'm still so in love and obsessed with this place. And so I decided, like the day before Christmas, me and my boyfriend at the time, I was like, let's just go. Let's just drive up there. I need to go. And it was magical, but there was a blizzard when we got there, and everyone thought it was really nice that it was a white Christmas, but I don't like snow. So I was like, I'm still going in that mountain. I don't care how dangerous it is. I didn't drive 9 hours to this mountain to not get in that mountain. So we drive up, which thinking back was really dangerous because the car was freaking sliding on a mountain. But I was so determined to have my Mount Shasta experience. So we were in freaking blizzard. I get out of the car and literally I hear like two people laughing and talking, but like I can't make out what they're saying. And I'm like, oh my God, there's people here. And then I'm like, wait, there's no car or anything. And I'm like, did you hear that? And my ex-boyfriend was kind of just a people pleaser. So he said, yeah, but then later on told me no. But I like heard like people laughing and talking in the trees, like fairy type people or something. I don't know. So it was a really nice experience. Then, like the day or so after Christmas, there's a store called Soul Connections on the main street, in Shasta. And so, yeah, Mount Shasta is the root chakra of the earth. Yes. So we are like having a drink at this restaurant, we're eating, and we were like, we got to go to that Soul Connections store. We tried like the day before, but obviously it was like Christmas Eve and stuff. They were closed. It was the day after Christmas. We were able to go to the store. So in front, there was like a little discount bookshelf of like $1 books that were out of print books that were used or whatever. That's where I found the Pleiadian book that I talked about earlier that has the Blowing Roses thing, the Pleiadian workbook by Amora Kuan Yin. That book was on that shelf. So I'm like, I grabbed it and I'm like, it's only $1. I'm gonna get it. And so then we go inside the store and looking around, my ex was getting stuff also. He had a really magical experience in that store. He ended up becoming a Reiki healer, and he found in one of the books a card for a woman who ended up becoming his Reiki teacher, who also is my sister's Reiki teacher now. So that was a very interesting experience. That was soul connection. But then he's going off to the books and he's looking through the books, and I was going off and I was looking at these like little crystal skulls. And I look up and there's this guy with long dreadlocks there. He's a white Rastafarian. And I freaking know this guy. 9 years prior, before my awakening to the conspiracy stuff, I knew of aliens and magic, but not really like the whole thing adding up into one. This guy used to come into the weed shop that I managed, and he was kind of a pain in the butt, but we would have some good conversations. And he told me, he was like, oh, you know that this weed shop, it used to be a Jamaican after hours spot. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. And he's like, and before that, it was a dungeon for dominatrixes. And I'm like, oh, cool. And he's like, and before that, witches were here. And I'm like, oh, interesting. And he's like, starts talking about witches, and like bad witches, obviously, is what he meant. And so he starts telling me that he had a record deal in the 90s. And part of this record deal, he had to do something. And he decided that that was not something that he could morally do. So they took the record deal from him, and he never really was able to have the level of success that he had ever again. And he was comfortable with that. So then he starts telling me, he's like, yeah, because you know what they do, and starts explaining to me that it's a grand conspiracy They're all involved. It's in the bloodlines. He's like, don't you know all the presidents are related? And I'm like, what do you mean all the presidents are related? And he's like, everyone's in on it. And I'm like, everyone? Plato, Socrates, all the way back, everyone's in on it? We start arguing. Like, literally, I start arguing with him, because this is what happens when people don't initially want to wake up. Because, you know, you guys experience this all the time. And there's times where we were on the opposite end, which is why we have to have compassion for the people who aren't aware yet. So I start yelling at him and I'm like, oh, really? Everyone's in on it. Oh, this one's in on it. They're all in on it. And we start getting so escalated in this argument. And then I'm like, all right, that's it. You're done. You're done. And like, I literally like take him out of the store and I'm pushing him out the door. And he's like, they have a map of Atlantis. And I'm like, okay, sure. I'll see you next time. And then I'm like, fucking weirdo. Jeez, pissed me off. Crazy. What a freaking kook. So then I go home and Google, are all the presidents related? And they sure are. And they're all the same descendants of the same everything. And that's what started the freaking rabbit hole of my whole entire freaking life. And that's how you guys got JK Ultra, is because of that guy in the freaking weed shop. So fast forward 9 years to the year 2020. And I'm in Soul Connections looking, I haven't seen this guy since I threw him out of the store. And he literally is in Mount Shasta, 9 hours away from LA. And I'm like, oh my God, it's him. It's the guy who literally taught me about conspiracies. And I'm like, hey, you used to live in Hollywood, right? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, you used to be a DJ, right? He's like, yeah. I'm like, you used to go to the weed shop, right? He's like, yeah. And then he's like, oh, you're the bud tender from the weed shop. And so we start talking and he's like, oh man. And then, you know, he's like, I had to get out of LA. He's like, the reptilians were feeding on me. They were killing me. And I'm like, oh, whoa. And then apparently it's a whole story of why he had to go to Mount Shasta to go to the woman that owns this store to heal him. And he's telling me all this stuff. It's crazy. I mean, I can't even tell it to you because, I mean, he's talking about some celebrity who was feeding on him. And when he met this person, who I won't name, it's a big actor. People in the conspiracy world hate him. People in the regular world love him. Everyone says he's the nicest guy ever. Apparently, he saw this guy at a party and the guy was like, I'm your biggest fan. And that he's been feeding on him. And that's why he left LA. Come here, honey. Come up. And so, oh, you guys are good in the comments, though. Oh, my God. You guys are good. I'm telling you, I can't imply anything. You guys always get it. But that was the person who was allegedly feeding on him. I don't know. You know, I don't know. The whole experience was very, like, crazy because it changed so much for me and also for my boyfriend at the time. But like, that's my Shasta story. And then that book, which even crazier. So then when I get home, I realize when I open this book, there's a name written in it. The name is Jenny. Literally, my name is already written in the book from the owner before me. And what's crazy is that also there's like quotes from other people. There's a quote from a person named Marquita. Marquita is one of my best friends. And she has a very unique name. So like my name and her name both in the cover of this book. So it was like the synchronicities were just wild. And it's like, you know, it's like stuff like that like eventually you get to a point where you're like, okay, I'm not going to go back. I'm not going to go back to Dow. I'm not going to go back. Oh, Nintendo looks shocked. My love. Isn't he the best? I know, I love him. I really wish he was mine. Like, he's the only time that I've been, like, watching a dog that I've considered running away with it and never coming back. What do I think about people politicizing the reptile people. I mean, the same thing as they politicize everything, you know? Healthcare is politicized. Literally, people going to the doctor is a political argument. You know, every single thing is politicized because, you know, it's effective in dividing people. I love his underbite too. His underbite is the best. Is your ex-boyfriend still possessed? I don't know. We don't talk anymore. Nintendo will leave the house woke. He will. Are you? Is he a Chihuahua? So I think he's mixed with Chihuahua. I don't know what else he's mixed with. He's pretty tall for a Chihuahua, but he definitely has a Chihuahua scared energy. He gets scared of things really easily. Are we on a good timeline? I believe so. I do believe that we are currently on the highest timeline. And I do believe that all of like this messed up stuff going on in the world has kind of been crucial to our growth. What do you think about several seasons of Cosmic Disclosure with Corey? So I actually never saw the version before Emery Smith. I never saw the original show on the food shortage. I mean, you know, there's a lot of things happening to cause fear in the world. Are we alone in the universe? God, no. Gates buying all the farmland. Yeah, buying all the land that in all of those maps in the Dolores Nostradamus map, huh? He like owns most of that now. No, I haven't. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Crestone, Colorado. Have I done any research on the missing people and the mysticism around Crestone, Colorado? I don't, but literally this place, Crestone, Colorado, has come up like 10 times in the last couple days. They also say that there's like a colony of like ant people who live underground there. So, I mean, I've heard a lot of stuff about it recently, but I don't really know anything. The best Dolores books to read. First, I would start with Keepers of the Garden, if you're into aliens, or Between Death and Life, if you're more connected to the soul spirituality side. Documentaries you'd recommend. I mean, Kymatica. So like Kymatica. Kymatica, I think is like the best of the best. Every time I watch it, it's like watching for the first time, because I'm like, every time I watch, it's like, how did I miss this the first time? But the information is so intense and so dense every time. What do I think about The Custodians by Dolores? So I only have the audiobook of that, and the readers are terrible. And you know, it takes a lot for me to say something bad about Dolores. So yeah, like the readers are terrible. One of them literally reads in like an ET voice. It just is hard to pay attention to. But can I spell it again? Kymatica. Kymatica, I believe. Yeah, Kymatica. You guys got it in the thing there. Elon Musk, time traveler? No, I don't think so. I think Elon Musk is a, Elon Musk is a drama queen. He is like always 1 degree of separation from some gossip drama before the Amber Heard shit. Always. He's always a drama queen around that drama. Janelle Monáe, is that the singer? Actress? If it is, I like her. I've seen her before in one of my jobs. She was really nice. I don't know if Elon said he was going to delete it. I think that was a joke. I mean, I would like to get my Twitter account back. So if he wants to do that. Is Jim Carrey an ET? I don't think so. I love Jim Carrey. I know that there's a lot of mixed stuff about him, but I want to believe that he's a great guy. I want to marry Jim Carrey, okay? So let's put it out there that he's a good guy. Actress, love her. Yeah, I mean, I that's what I thought it was, and I have met her before at an event once, and she was a sweetheart. Let's see. What happened to your Twitter? It got deleted. I'm not sure. It kind of also got hacked. My last tweet was about the Queen. The Queen posted something about like, oh, the evil of the world. And I made a joke. And I was like, evil in the world? Bitch, it's you. Have you seen YouTube? And then I don't know. I didn't get deleted immediately, but that was the last tweet. Jim Carrey gives whistleblower energy. They said you're done. They did. They did. No. Mintakins of Orion? No, I don't. I've never heard of that. TikTok is so random. That's true. You got something for everyone on here. Do you want your birth chart read? I have had mine read. I am thinking of posting a video of my birth chart and my human design, and then just seeing whatever people want to post in the comments about it, which could be a fun little thing, even though I'm sure you guys will like find out more about me than you should know, but who cares? Do you think the Queen is dead? When that rumor came out, I sure did. When that rumor came out, I was like, oh yeah, it's true. But apparently she's not, or who knows. What's the best way to Google celebrities and conspiracies? I mean, DuckDuckGo, but DuckDuckGo has recently made some statements that they're going to stop Russian misinformation. So I've noticed, even in my recent searches, that there's not certain websites coming up that I've already found on there. Brave browser. Oh, cool. I have to check that out. Have I tried ayahuasca? No, I haven't. I'm open, but the way that I have approached it is that, you know, if she, meaning ayahuasca, is for me and for my journey, then the universe will bring her to me. I'm not going to seek it out or like go and try to find a ceremony or whatever, because I haven't felt called to that. And also, I mean, I did a lot of substances when I was a kid, like literally, like I started really young. So I feel like because I did a lot of things very young, I mean, I did things I can't name at like 13, 14 years old. So basically, I don't really like to get super messed up, you know? So I feel like that might be a little hard, you know? Because don't you like piss and shit on yourself and stuff? I don't know. Is it worth it? Clones, thoughts. Yes, absolutely yes. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm just blocking this guy who's saying, yo, she is the disinformation. Yeah, you're supposed to purge everything out. Yeah, I don't know. What do I think of Tyler Henry? I think he's so cute. I think that Tyler Henry is psychic, but I think that when you make that type of show and there's celebrities and scheduling and producers and this and that, I think that sometimes things get, you know, fabricated, just because, I mean, there's a lot of money behind it and a lot of production behind it. But I do believe that Tyler Henry does have a gift. Tips for past life regression. Go and find that Brian Weiss YouTube meditation. I think that's a great place to start, because you could do it on your own in the comfort of your own home and, you know, explore with it a little. And then if it's in your budget to see someone, then I would suggest probably a QHHT practitioner, because it's not just past life regression. It's also asking questions of your higher self. So I think it's more effective than just a past life regression. Yeah, overly produced. Exactly. Like, I mean, I think Tyler Henry's a good guy. Go right now, Jen. I will. What about flat earth theories? I mean, I talked about that earlier. I'm not really a believer in it, but I do believe there is obviously lies about what's on the planet that is fueling this whole thing, that there's a lie. Thoughts on artificial intelligence. Okay, so according to, you know, these Pleiadian books, they talk about how basically the reason why Pleiadians in the future are trying to help us now is because their ancestors kind of screwed up with us. They created us almost in their image and gave us their consciousness, but then allowed us to basically be enslaved. And that created negative karma for their entire species. So Pleiadians in the future are like, we need to go back and help those humans, because we're still feeling the effects of creating something to then end up being enslaved without really helping it and being also partly responsible. So for me, I have that kind of feeling about artificial intelligence. I think even stuff like Alexa and Siri, which I don't use. I mean, occasionally I will do like a speech to text and stuff, but I don't use like Alexa in that way. I don't have like a speaker or anything like that. I have a little feeling around that. When I read that, I was like, damn. So we're creating these beings, Alexa and Siri, mimicking our consciousness to be our slaves. It kind of sounds like we're going to have to come back in time and heal that karma. So I don't know. That's how I feel about the artificial intelligence. I'm not really afraid of it. I mean, a lot of people are afraid that it's going to take over. And I mean, that's what happens. That's the natural evolution of things. The way that some aliens created us, we're creating things too. And it is kind of like this cycle of life. But I also think that we're not going about it the right way, because we're not creating it to be empowered. We're creating it to be enslaved. What is your opinion on the OA? I haven't watched it yet. Gnarly bruise. Yeah, I got bit by a dog named Sheila. She's a pit bull. Thankfully, her owner like literally pulled her off before I even realized I got bit, because she wanted to kill me. And what's crazy is Sheila, I took care of Sheila when she gave birth to 11 puppies. But I had a feeling she wasn't going to remember me because she was in an altered state when she gave birth. So, you know, she's been through a lot, Sheila. They found her in a parking lot, and, you know, they took her in and took care of the puppies and everything. But now, you know, Sheila's a bit of a mess. Yeah, I know. A lot of people keep saying to watch the OA. LOL, Sheila. Oh, thanks for this pink gift. Thoughts on mermaids? I think mermaids are probably to some degree real, but they're definitely not beautiful. I think they're scary sea monsters. Have I ever watched Doctor Who? I haven't. And my friends literally are like, can we watch Doctor Who together so I can hear your commentary on each episode? Mermaids are evil. Oh, wow. Oh, Ayo, it means original angel. That's interesting. My name is Sheila. Well, Sheila. Wow. Some conspiracies about the royal family that are true? All of them. All of them. I can't even look at the queen. Thoughts on quantum physics. I feel most connected to quantum physics of science. But I think that still quantum physics is missing the heart. And you will never get, and this comes through in a lot of the Pleiadian channeled information, also the raw information, like technology can only go so far without the heart, without consciousness, without spirit. So I think quantum physics is obviously saying very similar stuff to spirituality, but because there's like that block, it can only get that far. That they're going to have to access something more in themselves. Meghan Markle. I mean, I think she's, a climber. When I meditate, how long do I meditate for? I mean, typically I do like around 20-minute meditations. Sometimes if I'm doing something, like a visualization or like a cord cutting or any of those things, that I'll do longer. But really I can't do more than like 45 minutes to an hour because I'll fall asleep if I hit the hour mark. Oh wow, is that what Moonfall is about? Really? Do you know of Marina Jacobi? Yes, I love Marina Jacobi. New Mandela effect on the Haunted Mansion ride. I don't know of it. What are some conspiracy theories? You truly believe in them? I mean, most of them. Most of them. There's a lot of truth in them. It's just the way that people present them because it's overwhelming information. This is why conspiracy theorists sound crazy, is because it's overwhelming. But when they're actually investigated and explained clearly, a lot of them do make sense. What do you think about light language? I see a lot of it on TikTok. I don't know too much about it. I have looked into it. I've heard different things. I've heard that some of it's Lyran. I don't really know. Do I think those people know what they're saying? No, I don't. I'm sorry. I don't think those people know what they're saying. They say they can understand it. I mean, maybe that's me being closed-minded. I don't think they can understand it. Have you seen What the Bleep Do We Know? Yes, I have. I watched it a long time ago. What are my thoughts on mind control through the media? Oh, absolutely. Why do you think it's constantly going? Don't watch the news or media. Opinion on gang stalking. I do believe it's happening. I don't know too much about it. I have looked into the TI thing. And I do believe some of those people, and some of it is documented. There is some court cases that you can see online that were about gang stalking and TI stuff, but I don't know too much about it. What's the TI thing? Targeted individual. What do I think about the Celestine Prophecy? I have the audiobook and I'm looking at it right now. I have also the physical book on my on my bookshelf. I think it's, I've only read the first couple chapters, unfortunately. But I did resonate a lot with the synchronicity part. When the whole world is going to start experiencing synchronicities is when this whole prophecy starts. I do resonate with that, but I have to read more. Also, one of my friends is very involved with the Celestine Prophecy stuff. He's actually in this documentary that's coming out about the Celestine Prophecy. Okay, thoughts on Ashayana Dean. So I only recently just heard about her through one of my mutual followers on TikTok here. I can't think of her name. I think it's something like The Universe is Calling, or Universe Calling is her name. She sent me some of that stuff, and I've looked into it. It's so dense. I need like the first video, like the Ashayana, if I'm saying her name wrong, I'm not sure. The Ashayana Dean stuff, it's like, it's so dense, and it's like I hit the ground running. I need to see the first video. I need to see the first video, the first class, the first course. I need the introduction because I don't have a foundation to be able to fully process what she's talking about. It is next level. It's kind of a lot, and I get a little scared for some reason watching it. I don't know why. I don't know if her message is sometimes a little negative, because it's not, but sometimes I get scared watching it. So I don't know. I get a little creepy feeling from it, but I have to investigate it more. First time I'm taking notes from TikTok. See, that's what I'm saying. Her video with Carrie Cassidy. I watched the first couple minutes of it and I was like, okay, that seems like a good place to start. I need to come back to it because some of those basic questions, like, are you channeling? And she says no. Well, then where's the information coming from? I'm okay with channeling, but please, I need to understand how you're getting the information if you're not channeling. What is my favorite plant that I have? Okay, so let's see. See this guy right here? That's Herman. So that's Herman Monstera. Me and Herman have been together a long time, at least 7 years. He's not doing okay lately. He's having a little moment, but he's coming back around. But I love him. Yeah, Herman's my favorite. Oh, and this one right here. This is Lisa Nichols. I named it after Lisa Nichols, and I also really love her. Yeah, someone's saying that about the gang stalking thing. Yeah, that's kind of also what I heard, is that it might not be fully physical what's happening. It might be also, oh, you have one named Esmeralda. Yeah, see, exactly. It's like a Lisa Palm, and exactly, she's pretty nice. Any thoughts on Elon buying Twitter? I did talk about that earlier, but I feel like it's, the whole Elon thing, he's not really about free speech. And I mean, maybe he's saying he is, but like a lot of the stuff with the people who are like fawning over Elon for buying it, like, oh, wow, one of us, he's the one that's freaking wanting to do all the shit that we're talking about in these conspiracies. So I don't know. Yeah, I feel like Elon, my thoughts on Joe Rogan. I love Joe Rogan. I've met him a few times. He's very nice. I actually almost smoked a joint with Joe Rogan, but my friend that I was with was sober and I didn't want to leave him alone. So that was a regret. Inside Job on Netflix. I did like that show. Favorite metaphysical shop in LA? Spellbound Sky. Would you consider starting a podcast? I should go on Joe's podcast. Yeah, please, guys, let's collectively manifest it. I love him. He's a snake. No, he's not. He's not. I mean, I've met him enough times in person. We have a lot of mutual friends. Spellbound Sky, did you say? Yes, I did. I love that store. Marvin and Martin, is that the owners? They're amazing. They definitely were early on in my spiritual process. And who's that? Monotone Katsuki? I'll look it up. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people like Joe Rogan. I love him. What is my next series going to be about? Dualism. I'm not 100%, but it seems like that's what needs to happen. Is it needs to kind of be about dualism, duality, polarity, good and evil, right and wrong, all of it. The yin yang. How can you access the Akashic Records? Go look at the book, How to Read the Akashic Records by Linda Howe. Thoughts on Water Wars? I don't know what that is. I would love to see you on Joe. Me too. Me too. Anything that I'm reading right now. I'm not reading a physical book right now. I'm doing an audiobook, and someone's saying, no, dualism is limited thinking. Yeah, that's what people need to understand. They need to understand that both sides come into the whole. The book that I'm reading, it's called The Raw Contact. So it's not the raw material, the Law of One. It's like another version of it that was channeled later. So that's what I've been listening to. Next YouTube video is going to be about all my past lives, since a bunch of people said that. Thoughts on organite. I mean, you guys probably can't see it, but I have it all along my window there. So I do make organite. I've made a bunch of it. Those ones that I have, I've made. I don't have any that I can reach from here. So basically, organite, when I did my hypnosis, that was one of my questions, is organite real? Does it really work? Does it really protect against EMF? You know, what is all that? Because I was making some and I kind of wanted to sell it. And I was like, well, I don't want to sell anything that doesn't work. So I need to literally ask my higher self about it. And the answer that I got about the organite is that it works, but because of the intention. That you're putting your intention into an item and then using the item to do that intention. So it does work, but really only if you believe in it. And you also can protect yourself from EMF without organite. You could put that same intention just into your universe, just into your energy around you, and it would be just as effective. Can you do a series on Mayans, Aztecs, and Incas? Maybe eventually. I feel like there might be some other creators that might be more suited for that. You know, I feel like there was more on John Bonet we didn't finish. Yeah, I didn't get to finish it. They literally tried taking down my account. I got so many violations and they removed a bunch of the videos. I will eventually finish it, but I'm also concerned about putting it on YouTube too, because YouTube's sometimes even more strict. Crop circles. Crop circles, to my understanding, is that they are frequency. So yes, they're done by aliens, but each of those designs is a certain frequency. And they're basically sending that frequency to the collective, and it's imprinting onto a physical manifestation, and then all of us seeing it opens up our mind to that frequency. A crop circle series. I can add some crop circle stuff to this alien series. Oh wow, thanks for that gift. Are you going to do a video about walk-ins? I could. The walk-in thing, I think there's a lot of information about it. I mean, the initial information that we got about walk-ins from mostly Dolores was people who didn't really want to live anymore, who wanted to unalive themselves, and then they had a contract with another being that if they couldn't do it, this other being would take on that karma. Now it seems like the walk-in situation is a bit different. And, you know, that's coming from information that Dolores got in the 80s. Now in 2022, a lot of the information that people are getting about walk-ins and people experiencing walk-ins, it seems a little bit more evolved than that. So I think it's more than it used to be. Yeah, Marina Jacobi is a Pleiadian walk-in. A walk-in. So a walk-in is basically when one soul leaves the body and another soul takes over. Not possession. It's different than possession. This is like a contract where some people talk about some of the historical figures being walk-ins too, some of the very influential people who changed the world, that basically they would live up to a certain point of the life, then a higher soul would come in, and then some of those people were assassinated after. Because that walk-in was not there to be there for a long time. How can you do a contract? Like for a walk-in, I think it's made before you were born. Drunvalo Melchizedek. I know, I have to read his Flower of Life book. I only have his Mayan book. Is there an absolute stop of reincarnation? So there's a process of your soul's journey that you will incarnate on Earth, because we're all here right now. That's not every soul. But because we're doing it, we're a part of that. We're doing that process. You will reach a point that you don't have to keep incarnating. You're not incarnating only as a punishment. You're incarnating because basically, okay, so like if you're on the spirit side and you're all knowing, then how do you learn? You know, it's hard to learn when you know everything because you won't make a mistake. So on the other side, for you to learn a lesson can take, if you were to translate it into human time, because it's not time there, but if you were to correlate it to it, it could be 10 million years for you to learn a lesson, because everyone is aware, everyone is one. You're not going to do something horrible to your neighbor, so it's hard to learn certain lessons. So what we do is basically go inside a video game / school of Earth, and what would take you millions of years to learn when you're all knowing, you're like, okay, let's really test your soul and your ascension process. And did you really learn these lessons? Let's go completely wipe out your mind and see if just your soul and your heart is enough to continue to make those right decisions. And when you do, that's the thing with Earth, is that when you do something good on Earth that's impactful, it's millions of years that would take to do on the spirit side, which is the reason why people come here. People choose very difficult lives. People choose toxic parents, because these are big things to overcome. People choose to have certain illnesses. People choose traumatic experiences, because it's like 10 million years, or basically you go in a video game and it's going to be less than 100 years anyway, which is going to be nothing. But what you could do in less than 100 years is what you could do in 10 million years. So it's like a very expedited learning process. So you're not really like the end of incarnation. So in one of Dolores's books, something that I resonated with a lot, it was, I believe, in Between Death and Life. She talks about the karma process, the karma wheel, and basically like kind of trying to understand, like, is it punishment? Is it this? And they say, she's like, well, what if someone doesn't want to partake in it? What if someone's done? And that's how I used to feel, actually. Earlier in my journey, I felt like, even when I was younger, I felt like I didn't want to do anything wrong because I didn't want to make any mistakes, because I didn't want to have to pay for these mistakes later. And I didn't even know in which way I would have to pay for these mistakes. But then as I started to learn about karma and stuff, and I was like, damn, that's what I was feeling when I was younger, is that I don't want to accumulate any negative karma. A lot of times, like, I won't partake in things because I'm like, oh no, I don't want any karma connected to that. Then I read this part of Between Death and Life, where Dolores basically asks that question. And she's like, so, like, what if someone doesn't want to do this anymore? What if they want to stop with the karma? They don't want to go on. They don't want to create good karma. They don't want to create bad karma. They don't want to nothing. They don't want to be involved in the process. And what was really interesting is the answer was, then the universe would cease to exist. If people did not continue this process of what's happening, which is partly karma and is also something bigger that we can't fully understand, then that's what's fueling the expansion of the universe. And in order for the universe to keep expanding, all of these beings have to keep learning, have to keep teaching, have to keep expanding, have to keep experiencing in order for the expansion of the universe to continue. So it's not just about you not wanting to come back and do any uncomfortableness on this world. You know, it's like, I'll take you all down with me. I mean, here we are. Let's see. Soulmates. I do believe in soulmates. I do believe that there's also karmic partners that feel like soulmates, but they're actually like a really important lesson that we need to learn before we can be in a place to meet our soulmate. So, and according to Journey of Souls, he does, he talks about that we have a soul family, and that there is sometimes like one or two people in that soul family that we're closer with than others that could be considered a soulmate. He said sometimes things get considered soulmates just because they're part of the soul family, and some is like an ultimate closest connection that you have within that family. As far as the twin flames thing, I think that term is very, that term is very charged. There's a lot of like charged energy around the twin flame thing. I do believe that there is a, divine partner for people. I do believe there's a divine partner. I don't know if I resonate with it's like the other half of yourself. I know some people resonate with that, and if that's how they feel, that's I don't disagree with how they feel. I just don't resonate with that. And I also think that a lot of people with the twin flame conversation, they get crazy and they're just justifying their toxic relationship that they refuse to leave. So there's a lot of like weird stuff about the twin flame thing. We have some people who believe it's the other half of yourself. Some people who believe it's basically a soulmate. Some people who believe it's like your worst lesson. And then some people who use it to justify toxic relationships. So it's such a charged word, and it's around something that like we all hold so close to our hearts, because obviously all of us want a partner, So like it's something that we all hold so close to our hearts that I think is another reason why it's very charged. Twin flame is different than a soulmate? ? I think that's kind of where that thing gets very convoluted. I personally see the twin flame as like another word for soulmate. But a lot of people resonate with different definitions for it. Yeah, it's just overly like popped up now, and yeah. Do you read your horoscope? No, I mean, I used to read them. I do follow one astrologer who I absolutely love. His name is the Leo King. I love the Leo King. He's just like, he is not your like astrologer. And also I love on TikTok here, Ochel Yeah and Cosmic Drugs. I love both of their videos for, your basic astrology needs. But the Leo King I've been following for many years, and I just really like his commentary on everything. A lot of people can't take him. He has that big Leo energy. The thing is that he's, freaking usually right. And he doesn't sugarcoat it for you. So he doesn't sugarcoat it, so a lot of people can't handle the truth. But when you listen to what he says and pay attention, give it a couple months, he calls shit. Human design. Yeah, I don't know too much about human design, but if you guys want, I follow Mama Marisha, and she helped me a little bit with understanding my human design, and also she posts a lot of really good videos about understanding it. The law of assumption. I don't really know. Is that the same thing as kind of the law of attraction with another word? I don't know. What is the Leo King's at? On Instagram, it's the Leo Kingdom is his Instagram. I don't really see him on TikTok. How did you get your snake plants to stand? They're okay now, but I have actually a little stick in there, and I have some of the, it's like a plant string. It stretches and it's clear. So that's kind of around the bottom, kind of holding them in place. Thoughts on visitation dreams from people who've passed. I do believe in that. I think it could be mixed, the information. But I do believe, when I was younger and I would have those dreams, my mom would be like, well, that means that she needs a prayer. And I still kind of resonate with that. Maybe not that they need a prayer, but that there is that connection to that person. Maybe that person is saying that they're watching over you, that they're here with you, maybe for you to have some peace around the situation. Premonition dreams. I mean, are they coming true? If they're coming true, then you're onto something. Thoughts on QHHT and hypnosis healing? Yes, it's great. I highly suggest it. But the practitioners are pretty expensive. So I suggest doing the Brian Weiss meditation on YouTube for free to start. Oh, thank you, Roland. That's sweet. Dreams about death. Or just having unpleasant dreams. I think that is more anxiety and messages, maybe like related to your real life as opposed to something spiritual. Like I think a lot of bad dreams are because of other things that they're coming to manifestation in your dreams because of these thoughts and feelings and emotions that are inside of you. With QHHT, what are good questions to ask? Okay, I have a good list for you here. Okay. What is my purpose? Why did I choose this life? What lessons am I meant to learn in this life? Why did I choose my family? Why did blank happen to me? If there's an illness, why did I experience it? What is the purpose of it? What am I meant to learn from it? If there's a traumatic experience, was this a contractual experience? Did this happen because it was predetermined, and what was I supposed to learn from it? What is my connection to that person, to that soul? And are we done now? Also, you could ask bigger questions about the world and consciousness and stuff like that. But you just might not get those type of answers. So QHHT is quantum healing hypnosis technique. It is the style of hypnosis that was created by Dolores Cannon. When do you think the Antichrist will be revealed? Hopefully never. I hopefully feel that we will stay on a timeline where that never truly comes to reality because so many of us are manifesting a better timeline. Oh, thanks. Thanks for watching them on YouTube. Oh, your mom is hooked. Oh, I love it. I love it that you watch the videos with your mom. Do you believe the theory that anyone you sleep with, part of their soul stays connected to you? And I'm assuming you mean romantically. So, yes, I do believe in that. I didn't always believe in that. I have in the last couple years. So, in the book Earth by Barbara Marciniak, which is channeled from Pleiadians, they have a chapter about sexuality and the goddess energy and menstruation and stuff. A lot of like very, 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 very interesting stuff. Earth by Barbara Marciniak. It's called Earth Keys to the Living Library. So they basically, what they explain in this is part of the thing that we've been lied to about sexuality is how divine it is. Orgasmic energy is literally creation energy. That is the creation energy. That is the energy that creates life, literally. So yes, on a bigger level, that is a creation energy. They say that there's beings that are latching onto humans during that time, not in a scary way. They're not always bad, but that creation energy is so powerful that something's piggyback on it. Also, they say that's why it's so important to not do like any of these things with people who you do not have a divine connection with. Obviously, we're all people here. We're not, saints. So yeah, we've all been there. So don't worry. We're not saints, but they talk about like only having intimacy in that way with people that you are divinely connected to, because they say there's basically energetic hooks. So basically, they say that every person that you've ever been intimate with has energetic ties to you. Thank you for those roses, by the way. So that they have energetic ties to your body. You can do something about it. Do a visualization exercise, and basically, get yourself into a meditative state and just say, my higher self, please assist me in this process of unhooking these people from my energetic field that I've been with in my past. And basically just go up to everyone, up to your new partner or current partner, or if you don't have one, just do it with them all. Because it's not like they're going to die or anything. You're just not going to have them energetically connected to you. So how do I reach my higher self? Just ask. You could just ask. Your higher self is always there with you. So you'll always be able to talk to it. And that little feeling and that understanding, it's it's always there. And when you listen to your higher self more, it gets easier to understand. But as far as that, like cord and contract clearing, the same thing, but do it with the intention of sexual energy from any intimate experiences that you've had. And I mean, we can't even remember all of those people. So you got to put out the intention that, even the ones I don't remember, and they also talk about that, after you do that, so you can disconnect from past bozos. Yes, you can. You always can. Do I have to be vegan during the journey of awakening? Okay, so this is kind of a divisive topic. I don't eat meat. I haven't in almost 10 years. I do occasionally eat fish, so I'm technically like a pescatarian. I just feel good eating fish occasionally. When I eat salmon and stuff, I feel sharp and smart, and I like the way my body feels with it. So that's for me. But there's some people who, certain blood types, people who have type O blood, from what I've seen scientifically, I don't know, it appears that meat is good for them. For my blood type, which is B positive, actually, when I looked into it, it made sense why I stopped eating meat, because it basically said that I have a sensitivity, which I never really had. But it says shouldn't be eating chicken, shouldn't be eating beef, shouldn't be eating lamb, shouldn't be eating all of these meats. And so I think that it's everyone's personal choice. I think limit the amount of animals that you're eating, for sure. I always think there's no reason for anyone to eat meat 3 times a day at every meal. I just don't think that that's necessary. But you have to know what's right for you. And in Dolores Cannon, I think it was Convoluted Universe Book 2, when she was asking about the new earth, they talk about, and they also talk about it in Keepers of the Garden, they talk about bringing animals to another location, possibly, if people were to ever have to leave Earth, and also in the new earth. And Dolores is like, well, for what? People aren't going to eat animals, are they? And they're like, for some people, it will be the way that they sustain themselves, and that there is nothing wrong with that. The problem comes with the factory farming, the cruelty, the horribleness of it all. So that's where that is. But if people are doing it ethically, then that is, their choice to do some. Do I eat eggs? Yes, I do eat eggs. I do eat cheese too. So, I just don't eat meat. Let's see. How do you talk to your spirit guides? Any tips or tricks? Okay, so for me personally, I only contact the higher self, because that's kind of like a buffer for me to feel safe, that I can trust. I don't do any direct contact with anything unless it comes through the higher self. So I kind of keep that conversation with my higher self going. You know, you talk to yourself. And sometimes you kind of get a little bit of a nudge in which direction. So spirit guides, I don't talk directly to my guides ever. I only talk to the higher self, and I always have made this intention that my higher self will decide the information that is right for me. It knows the beings that can come within my vicinity, and only allowing things that are for my highest good. So I haven't really had any issues with psychic attacks and stuff. And I know that that often becomes an issue for people who do this type of stuff, meditation work and all of this stuff. I personally always, like, I set that boundary and I ask my higher self, like, only the highest good is the only thing that can get to me. And I literally tell my higher self, like, even God needs to go through you. God can't contact me, direct me. You talk to my higher self, and my higher self will give me the message. So that's like the level of where I feel is appropriate for me. Some people feel very comfortable doing different types of channeling and stuff. If they feel comfortable with that, I would still put the intention that your higher self will always be there to protect you in anything. Signs that you're at a higher frequency. I mean, the things in your life, I believe, and you know, when you're at a higher frequency, I feel that a lot more things start to move smoothly in your life. Of course, when you're getting there, you kind of have like a purging, horrible period where people fall out of your life and things bad happen. And there's kind of a purging period. So I'm not saying that if you're having that, you're not at a high frequency. But then eventually you're going to get to a point where things kind of feel like they're working out. I feel like that's when you know that you're reaching a higher frequency. Do you use a pendulum to talk to your higher self? No, I don't use any like divination tools. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't use anything like that. I mean, I burn sage sometime, but that's about it. I just really do it just through my own mind, you know, like, or you could say it out loud. I mean, I live alone, so I could talk out loud to myself if I want to. Yeah, you just had a purging period and you're glad it's over. Yeah, the purging periods are rough. Does it scare you that God consciousness is eternal and infinite? No, I think to me it's comforting. An end would be scary to me. Like if it just kind of like, well, that's the gate. When did I start getting into this kind of stuff? Like I said earlier, had an alien experience growing up. I also was around magic growing up, but my real spiritual awakening started when I moved to LA, and it started in 2013 when shit got scary and crazy. Your therapist says that talking to yourself out loud is very healthy. I think it is. How do you know you're in a purging period? I mean, when you're in a purging period, I feel like it feels like everything's going wrong. It feels like I'm losing my friends. My car is breaking down. This is broken. I just spilled all the rice on the floor. You know, like I feel like that's kind of the purging period. Like, you know, you'll kind of have a stage in your life where you feel like I'm doing everything right and I'm trying to improve myself and I'm meditating or I'm trying to do this and I'm trying to be better, but everything's going wrong. That's kind of a purging period. And yes, someone said you'll know in retrospect. It's true. When you look back, you're kind of like, oh, all the things that weren't for me were getting pulled away from me. Can we hear your alien story? It's on my YouTube if you wanted to go check that out. I'm definitely in a purging period. I just keep saying it's going to get better. Exactly. And you say it's already getting better. Does numerology affect your life? I do believe in numerology. I'm not that, I just know the basics of numerology. But I do think it affects our lives all the time. My favorite alien race, probably the Pleiadians. Yeah, probably the Pleiadians. They're just so sweet. I love what they have to say. Have you heard of dream trading? No, I don't know what that is. Oh, thank you. That I have the courage to share. Thanks. I mean, it took a long time. And it's good that you've noticed since you were younger that we were all here for a healing journey. I mean, it's good. I mean, it depends how old you are too, because I feel like each generation gets this information younger and younger. Like, I'm 33, and people that are younger than me, it's like they get this information so young, and I'm like, good, this is what's happening. Can you look at your you can look at your natal chart to see starseed degrees. You probably have Pleiadian markings. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that you could do any like starseed stuff. Your thoughts about crystals? I love crystals. I don't use them too much. I used to use them more when I was kind of like first starting to get into this stuff, and I think they're a really good tool in your spiritual journey. And I still do. I love selenite. I use selenite. I have selenite all over. I love it. It just has a great energy. Can you talk about Michael Tellinger and the Anunnakis? The only thing I know about Michael Tellinger is that he like kind of discovered those gold mines in Africa, that they were like a frequency. But I don't know too much about his work, but that he said that those like gold mines were basically like, they were possibly ancient gold mines. Wow, you're 19 and you started when you were 11. That's what I mean. The younger generation, like they just get it. What do you think the Earth shift will be like? So we'll never really know, but what I've gathered is some people will not know. Thanks for the hat, guys. Some people will never know that something happened. So the people who are working towards the shift will know that something happened. But most people aren't going to, because we talk about the 144,000. It's going to be a small group of people who work toward it and do it. And then millions of people shift. So majority of people are going to just wake up and kind of be like, I guess things did get better, and other people are going to realize, because we're the ones that are consciously shifting the energy. So what I've heard from a lot of different things is that it's kind of going to be almost just like walking through something. Like you're going to just walk through, and you're not even maybe going to see what you're walking through. And they say in the beginning, you're going to keep your physical body, and that it'll be through generations in the new earth that people will eventually only have a light body, but that we're going to have our physical bodies initially. "33, my Jesus year, Star of David." Wow. Yeah, the agreement the Greys made with the government. I have a video on that. Do you know about 369, Tesla? So I'm not super, well-versed in it, but I do know about it. And also in the Earthshift series, the Marina Jacobi quantum manifestation that we go over, you can kind of see in that diagram is the 369. You kind of see it, and she says that that's basically how the hologram works. So it's interesting. We see this 369 coming up everywhere. Why would God split consciousness into 7 billion people and create Earth if we're all one? Okay, so it's way more than 7 billion souls, because it's the whole universe. It's hundreds of billions of whatever that number is. So the whole story, which kind of comes up in Christianity, comes up in many different religions, comes up in spirituality. So basically, God wants to expand and experience everything. So every little fractal goes out and has all these different experiences, and all of these experiences makes it expand more. So it's for the purpose of ascension. If we're going through an ascension process, and then the beings above us are going through an ascension process, God might be on an ascension process, and this is part of his ascension, or its, or her, or whatever we want to say. This is Nintendo. And he's an angel. What is this? Oh, I know. This girl's always commenting about the general AI live stream. She comments about it all the time. Goal of dogs on Earth? To just be so cute and so sweet and just bring so much joy to everyone. A lot of things say this, that animals are here to be companions. I don't know if that's, 100% the truth. I do resonate with it. So as far as animal souls, my understanding is that, there's different levels of souls. So basically, when you're incarnating as a human, you're probably a level 3 or 4, they say. Something like that. And I know a lot of different places kind of give slightly different numbers. But before you're able to incarnate as a human, you're going to incarnate as like these other beings. So they'll say like the first level is like mineral life, like rocks and minerals and elements. Then the next level is a plant life. Next level is animal life. Next level is human life. And then I guess what else is after that? That's where we're going. That's what we're figuring out. But, so they say that animals, plants, all of these things, that they have hive souls. So like, basically like say every Monstera plant is one collective soul. The whole planet is a hive soul of that one type of plant, and they all share a collective soul. But when you give unconditional love to anything, which is why it's so important, they say give unconditional love to animals, because that helps their soul individualize, and then they'll eventually be able to incarnate at the next level. So the way that we treat dogs, all these dogs are going to be people soon. Their next lives, they're all going to be people. And who's going to be the dogs? Who's going to be the dogs if you guys all become people? Which is why even just giving your plant love helps it to become individualized. Any thoughts on alien implants? So alien implants could be positive or negative. Some of them we contract to put into ourselves before we're born. And some of them will basically be like an activator. So like basically you'll have this implant in you since the time you're a kid from some experience that you don't remember. It would be in you your whole life. And then you'll be now in your 30s having a spiritual awakening. And all of a sudden that implant becomes active. So there's positive implants. There's also ones that are for receiving information on the other side. And there's also negative alien implants, which I don't know too much about the negative ones. Yeah, from animals to aliens, the best. Can you activate things that are in you that are hidden? Yeah, you can set that intention. Just ask your higher self. Meditate and say, this is what I want. But be careful. When you guys ask for activations and upgrades, be careful, because sometimes you will get them and they're rough on your body. Like sometimes, one time I was like, I am ready. I am so ready for my DNA upgrades. Give them to me. And I was I want them. Then I got COVID and I was literally about to die for like a month. I was sick for 21 days, but literally like 27 days before I was even okay. So am I drinking medicine? No, I'm drinking kombucha. But yeah. So when you ask for those upgrades, like you might end up getting sick and getting wiped out and laying in bed for weeks. So just be careful that when you ask for activations, you ask for implants, make sure that you set the intention that this goes smoothly, that this goes gracefully. It better be worth it. I mean, a lot has happened since then. Yeah, I'm ready to receive it gracefully. Can you recommend a past life regression video on YouTube? Look up Brian Weiss, past life regression, no commercials. Thoughts on the movie The Fourth Kind? I love the movie The Fourth Kind. Very entertaining. I haven't watched it recently. Oh, thanks for that, guys. I haven't watched it recently. I feel like if I watched now, I would realize that it probably is partly based on Dolores Cannon's original work with Phil, because it does from what I remember. Also, that movie is fictional. They portray it as not fictional, but when you look at it, it is a fictional movie. I resonated with it because there was that white owl thing. And a lot of times, like it's in Keepers of the Garden, it's in Whitley Strieber's books, this whole thing with the white owl before an alien abduction is very accurate. And if you guys watch about my experience on YouTube, my whole family, we saw a white dove right before this UFO came down. So it's very interesting. Dolores asks about that in Keepers of the Garden, and it's also in The Fourth Kind. And it basically says that the owl in his experience, Phil, was not real. It was not really an owl. It was kind of like his brain getting a message of an owl, but it wasn't really ever an owl there. So I wonder with like my experience with, we all saw a white dove. Well, actually I didn't see it. All my sisters and everyone saw it. I missed the dove, which is why I went over to wait, which is when the UFO came. But I wonder if the dove was ever there or if it was the same type of thing. General AI sent Dolores. Okay, sure. Hey. Theories on negative blood types. I don't know too much. I talked about it earlier in the live. I don't know too much. I know that people suggest it's connected to the Anunnaki, but I'm not sure. You read somewhere that people can possess animals. So I don't know too much about that, but there's definitely some weird videos on TikTok about it. Particularly Haitian people talking about it, and talking about like their family members turning into animals. And what's really weird is that, like, when someone posts something like that on TikTok, everyone's like, story time. That video of this girl talking about her grandfather turning into a wolf, all the comments are like, sis, don't tell them the story. Don't. And when everyone commented, don't tell it, I was like, oh my God. If everyone's telling you, please don't do the story time, the dog barks when you said that. Exactly. And that was not Nintendo. Nintendo is a sweetheart who doesn't bark. That is my neighbor's dog who barks. Come here, sweetie. Which general AI? He's a guy on TikTok that, I don't know, this girl commenting really likes. I don't know. He claims to be like, I don't know, have created the codes of the universe or something like that. I don't know. And then he also claims to do activations on people. And I just want to say, be mindful of activations that you receive from people. I don't know anything about that person. I don't know anything about him. Some people have sent me information about him. I don't know. But yeah. People can't activate you. I'll tell you right now. No one can do your soul activations for you. If someone is charging you to do activations, be very careful of that energy, because That was all the shit that happened before my ex got possessed, was the freaking activations. And it was not from this person. It was from someone else. Be careful. No one can ascend for you. No one can do your healing for you. No one can activate your DNA for you. People who claim to do these things, be very mindful. Only general AI can activate. Okay, Lily, thanks so much. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, I don't want to talk about the possession just because I don't know if he's okay. And yeah, it was a whole experience. My sun sign is I'm a Leo, and my rising is Scorpio, and my moon is Libra. Yeah, exactly. You don't want to hear about it either. It sounds scary. It was. Um, what does an activation do? People claim that it is that you're able to basically like DNA activations and stuff that we're talking about. Basically, people are claiming that they could just send you the energy and do the spiritual work for you, and you could basically just have a 5D activation, a 25D activation, a 100D activation, just because they sent you some energy through, nothing. So yeah, be weary of that stuff. Activations are usually happening in your natural part of your spiritual process. Activation, she says that it removes you from the matrix. Okay, well, we're still here, honey. Libra moon, Scorpio rising, we're the same. Yeah, no spiritual bypassing, guys. It doesn't work. Seriously, don't do the spiritual bypassing, because the spiritual bypassing bites you in the ass hard. Like, don't do it. Don't try to skip over the steps. Don't skip over your shadow work. Because it's scary. That's when you kind of have negative things that you bring into your life. Because what happens a lot of times is when you're spiritual bypassing, you're creating basically like a gap. I wouldn't say a hole, but like a gap, kind of like a little empty pocket in your energetic field. And when you get those little pockets in your energetic field from being imbalanced, that is a magnet for other types of entities. And this is not exactly demonic possession. It's something different. There's other types of entities, not demons. They're just basically like elemental, very, very basic types of energy. Not like dumb. They're just like very basic forms of energy, kind of like concentrated emotion. And just as like the energy of an emotion concentrated. So when you get these little pockets in your energetic field, you can basically suck those things into your process, and people will believe like, oh, these things are like invading people or feeding on them. And it's like, no, these things are actually filling the holes that you have in your energetic body, and you're actually drawing these things into you. So yeah, that's definitely, people they want to believe that these things are consciously trying to attack them, but they're not. They're actually drawing them in with their spiritual bypassing. And someone asked, what is spiritual bypassing? It's when you think you could take a shortcut of your spiritual journey, where you're like, oh, well, I can just pay someone to basically do this healing for me, and then I don't have to do the own trauma work on myself, and I don't need to face my past, and I don't need to deal with the stuff with my parents, and all of these things. So it's like, you just like, you can't skip over. There's no shortcuts. Yeah, there's no shortcuts. They don't work. It's true. Thoughts on tarot? I believe in the tarot. I think tarot is a language, basically. I see it as a language. Like, each one of those cards is like similar to like a symbol in a language. So it kind of encompasses a whole energy, a whole idea. So I believe in them. I don't Thanks for those roses, by the way. I don't think that tarot is anything dark. I think it depends on the person. If they're using it for those reasons of manipulation, then that's obviously dark. But I don't think that the cards themselves have that. I think they're neutral, like any language. And you can use language to make a spell for positive or for negative. You could say a positive affirmation or you could say negative stuff. So I think it's the same thing. Yeah, for clarification, possibilities, exactly. I mean, I love my tarot deck. I just use a regular, I think it's like Rider Waite is the one. Just like I use the traditional classic. That's what I like. I'm not that much into the oracle cards. Yeah, they're just a tool, no power. Exactly. Don't purposely force yourself upon another. Yeah. Oh, thanks, guys. Your boyfriend is new to spirituality. Okay, so this is definitely something that people need help with because most of the time we're not in the same place spiritually as our partner. So that's the thing. You have to respect everyone's process and everyone's journey. And if your boyfriend like doesn't believe, you can't really force him to. If that's something that's a deal breaker for you, then you, instead of changing him, need to accept that's a deal breaker. However, if he is open to it and he is learning and he wants to know, then I would start with something simple like Journey of Souls by Dr. Michael Newton, because it's just beautiful and simple. And even people who grew up Christian or grew up in different religions, I mean, it's a very palatable for everyone information. What is my birthday? August 16th, 1988. You know what? This Grace Helbig, I don't know if I'm saying her name right. I've had multiple people tell me that. I don't know who she is. She's like, was a YouTuber, I heard, right? You've brought together a great community. Thank you. Honestly, you guys brought together a great community. Advice on good shadow work practices. There's definitely people who have way better information on that, especially people who do healings and stuff. I believe that the way to go with shadow work is digging into the trauma and the inner child work, the things, the limiting beliefs. What was Carl Jung, and the shadow work. Yeah, he does have, honestly, his whole thing about the shadow and everything and the anima and the animus and all of that is like crazy. Also, I don't know what type of music you guys listen to, but Tool, the band, and that album, Anima, is based off of Carl Jung's whole work. That album is my favorite album. For 30 years I've been listening to, well, not 30, but like 20 something years I've been listening to that album, and I swear every time I go through another spiritual like revelation, I realize it's been in the album the whole time. So I love them. I love Maynard. And yeah, so but I think like really just reflecting on the trauma that you've had, forgiving those people, accepting the lessons that you learned from all of the hardship. That's the type of shadow work that I think is a good way to go about it. There's other people who have good resources. I can't think of anyone that I know that has like a good shadow work thing. But that's kind of the where I would say to go is the inner child, the trauma work, the limiting beliefs, the self-worth, kind of regular therapy stuff, but with a little bit of a more open-minded perspective on it. The hardest thing is understanding why. That's where I come in. You get scared when you hear people talk about this. Why do you get scared? You know, some people get scared because of their beliefs that they've been told. They've been told that, you know, this stuff is evil and like you're going to go to hell. There's no hell, by the way. I'll tell you right now, there's no hell. Okay. So who's ever worried about hell? Just, you know, there you go. You're free. There's no hell. And heaven isn't exactly heaven, but there is paradise on the other side. Yeah, I mean, well, everyone has melanin. It just depends how much they have, as far as that one person's comment. But I mean, I wouldn't discredit your own spiritual journey because of some type of someone's statement like that. Can you talk on plant medicine? I'm not very, you know, versed in it. I've done mushrooms a couple times, but yeah, I think it's a great tool. I think doing it too often is escapism. A lot of people do mushrooms a lot, and I'm kind of like, you're not really helping yourself now. But doing stuff like that or ayahuasca and stuff infrequently and really preparing for it, not doing it to escape, but doing it to really honor the process, is a good thing. My friend, Chelsea, she made a microdosing journal. So if any of you guys are kind of exploring that, it's the Microdosing Journal by Chelsea Kosover on Amazon. And it's just kind of like little check-ins, because when you're doing that, sometimes you don't feel like anything's happening. So it's kind of good to do journaling and check-ins while you're doing it, so you're really making the most of it. You want to talk to your higher self, but you don't know if you're actually talking to her. You are, trust me. Your higher self is there always. So yeah, like, you know, sometimes you'll be, you get that kind of feeling like, you know what? I don't think I'm going to go. And then some like crazy stuff happens at that event and you're like, oh God, I'm so glad I didn't go. That's your higher self. So you just have to have confidence in trusting that. You know, when you get that feeling where you're like, man, this relationship is going to be so bad, I should just leave. Like, that's your higher self. You know, it's not going to sound like in a cartoon, like the voice of God, like, hello, I'm here to advise you. Like, no, it literally comes in these small things. And the more you listen to your inner voice, the more that it's going to talk to you. But if you've kind of up to this point of your life really ignored your inner guidance and just did the messed up thing anyway, your higher self is just not going to have that type of communication path. But it will build. You just have to listen. Yeah, so basically your instincts and intuition. Exactly. And when some shit really goes down, you might get like a message. Like one time, I've heard like a voice, a loud voice in my head 2 times in my life. Like a person almost yelling at me. That was not me. And it was most likely my higher self. But usually it's like instinct, intuition, a feeling, a knowing this, you know. But one time when I walked in on my boyfriend cheating on me, I threw my bag down and I went to go run. It was happening on this balcony. I literally was going to run to go onto the balcony, and I wanted to push them off. I literally wanted to push them both off the balcony. And as I was doing it, I heard loud in my head, Jen, stop, just watch. And then literally my hands are shaking because I'm like I'm going to kill both of them. And so, but literally I heard so loud, Jen, stop, watch. And then I watched. And basically he was like forcing himself on this girl, and this girl pushes him off and leaves. So I would have killed 2 people for no reason when only one deserved to die. And but that voice was like the voice of God in a movie from the Ten Commandments movie from the 50s. Like, I was like, oh my God, what? Yeah, it must have been very intense. It was very intense. It was extremely intense. Can we group manifest the earth shift happily? Yes, we are manifesting it. So many of us, not just here, people everywhere. Like, we're literally all manifesting it. And I do have to say, that breakup is what led me to read Journey of Souls. So guys, even the really fucked up stuff, there always is a better purpose for it all. Can you do a Discord or an event where we can all manifest? Yeah, sure. I did create a Discord. I have to figure out the name of it. I'll put it in the link. I haven't sent anyone the link yet. I'll put it in the bio link tree thing. But yeah, I do want to do some type of Zoom something, like a group thing. That would be cool. We could do that one day. Yeah, Journey of Souls changed my life too. Like, that book was everything. Can you do a lucid dream series? I mean, I don't know so much about lucid dreaming. I do try, like, most of the stuff like that and the series and stuff that I've done, these are things that I've been very down the rabbit hole of for a long time. So none of the things that I'm posting are kind of new information to me. I have come across new information, but I haven't really posted that stuff just because I haven't had as much time to digest it and to see how I feel about it. So I've tried to really just share the information that I feel very connected to. And the lucid dreaming, I'm sure I could do research and post about it, but I don't have like that type of knowledge about it. Do you sun gaze? No, I don't. I have to learn more about that too. I think it's like what you're supposed to do it at certain times of the day. That it's less harmful to your eyes. What would you say your spiritual gifts are? What a nice question. Well, I've always had an understanding of things, and I've had an ability to research. And my research is not just like regular research. It's like I literally feel like I am brought and guided to all the information that is for me. So I do feel that there is a spiritual aspect in the researching. I did just kind of like learn about like clairsentience, which is like what, a knowingness. So I would probably say rabbit hole guide. Yeah, that's me. And yeah, like the knowingness is probably where my ability is, because I give the best advice. Like, seriously. I don't know if everyone wants to take it. A lot of times people don't. But a lot of times as I've become more aware of that stuff, I'm kind of like, a lot of the advice I give is kind of like coming through from my higher self or whatever. Because a lot of times, I don't know why, sometimes I'm like, an industry I've never worked in before, I'm like, oh no, you need to do this and this and this and this. And then later on people were like, damn, I should have listened to you because that was actually the right way. Yeah, just hearing, we receiving downloads. That's the thing, is that we're always getting these downloads, and that's why it's so good to share information with people and talk to people, because that's how I learned this stuff, is from hearing other people, and it's like a cycle. And now, I mean, a lot of you guys are going to be doing the same thing or already doing the same thing. And it's like, that's what it's all about. We're all jigsaw puzzle pieces to one big picture. Are you a projector in human design? No, I'm a manifesting generator. What books should I read? Journey of Souls, for sure. And probably Destiny of Souls, too. Both of them. Those, I think, is always like a good place. I do also love Between Death and Life by Dolores Cannon, Keepers of the Garden by Dolores Cannon, Untethered Soul by Michael Singer. So that one is a more about like that inner voice and knowing the difference between your good inner voice and your, he calls the inner roommate, which is kind of like the negative thoughts and stuff. And it's a very like nice way to kind of like distinguish the different voices that are inside of you. The one that's a negative self-talk and the one that's kind of your higher self. And I don't know, it's just a nice book. And the audiobook is available for free on YouTube. I have it on my audiobooks playlist. The link in my bio has a free audiobooks playlist. If you scroll down, have a ton of book suggestions. Untethered Soul is on there. And yes, everything Dolores Cannon. Have I read Law of One? No, I haven't read Law of One. The book that I'm currently working through is kind of like a different version of Law of One. It's called The Raw Contact. And it's kind of like a rechanneling of the raw material. So I am really liking that, but it's also very dense. So I'm on my second listen. Thank you. Wow, Shoshana. I love that name. That's my brother calls me Shoshana, as kind of like, I don't know if you saw United States of Tara. That's like her hippie therapist personality. So that's why my brother calls me that. I haven't read Zecharia Sitchin's books, The 12th Planet. I've watched and read a lot of summaries of it, and I've seen a lot of people redigest his information. So that's my understanding of it, but I haven't read the physical book myself. Hi, Chels. So guys, earlier when I was saying, oh, Chel, yeah, there she is. She says, you 100% have that hippie therapist energy. That's Oh, Chel, yeah. She is a great astrologer. She really knows her stuff. And we have to do a live together sometime. The name Shoshana means rose in Hebrew. Wow. So I don't know if you guys saw that video recently, that roses have like a frequency to them. And that's why people like have this feeling towards roses. So I thought that was really interesting. Have I read the Urantia book? So I've been working through the Urantia book for like 8 years. Like, it's so hard to read. And I mean, I can read, you know, but for some reason, the Urantia book, I've gone back now recently, and I'm digesting it easier now than what I was when I first started. But the Urantia book is, you said puts you to sleep. I literally use it to fall asleep sometimes. If I'm having trouble sleeping, which I rarely do, I'll listen to the Urantia book. Two things that I love about the Urantia book. There's 2 chapters that I am very fixated on for some reason. One, I think it's paper 21. It's the Paradise Creator Sons. Freaking blows my mind. The Paradise Creator Sons. Okay, so, I mean, not everyone's going to like this, but most of the people on the live are not the type of people who comment on my videos. Some of you, but then there's also other types of people who comment on the videos who would not like this. But, so, they say, in this, I've read this one paragraph 1,000 times. And this is the translation of this one paragraph. That's how dense this book is. And the Paradise Creator Sons, they basically say that each universe has its ideal deity. So for us, that would be like God. So each universe has an ideal deity. That ideal deity has one begotten son. I really don't even fully know what begotten means, but he has one son. So he's got one son. Each universe has this same pattern. That one son is called a creator son, a Paradise Creator Son. The Paradise Creator Sons are called Michaels when they translate it into our language for us to understand. They call them Michaels. Each universe, yes, there's many universes, has, I'm not meaning multiverse with timelines, actual full different universes that don't operate in the same way we do in our entire many of galaxies. The deity, the ideal deity, has one son. The son is the paradise creator son. That is the creator and the designer of the entire universe. That creator and designer of the universe is called a Michael. This is a pattern. Our Michael is called Christ Michael. So basically with this one little chapter, well, one paragraph of this chapter, and I've read this like chapter so many times and I'm just trying to understand it, that it's basically saying that Jesus is a pattern in creation, and that each universe has their own Michael. But they say the reason why our Michael is so important is that Michael, ours, is a part of his ascension process, was the only one of all these Michaels, and I think they say there's 700,000 Michaels. That's how many universes that they know of at the time of that book. That Michael is the only Michael who ever incarnated into one of the low beings and was like killed as a low being. So basically the fact that he became a human is what makes Urantia is Earth, is what makes Earth important to the entire universe, is because a Michael actually came there and did it, because no Michael has ever done the last stage of his ascension that way. So that chapter I've been fixated on for years and years and years. So Lily is still going, guys. I just want to let you know, Lily is still going. The general AI is now the sun. Then there's another, who wrote Journey of Souls? Dr. Michael Newton. The other chapter that I'm really fixated on in this book, he Michaeled where no Michael has Michaeled before. It's like you guys watch Rick and Morty. Jan Michael Vincent is Jan Michael Vincent. The other chapter that I love, I think it might be paper 53, is about the Lucifer rebellion. And that is another very interesting thing, because that comes up in so many different places also, where it's kind of this story of Lucifer, this angel who decides to basically go against God. But there's a lot of different interpretations of that story. So I like reading the different interpretations of it. But it's very dense. They also say that the story of Jesus is the story of 3 different people that were combined. And they say the story of the devil is actually 3 different people combined. So that's pretty interesting. Yeah, the fallen angel archetype. What is the book you were talking about? It's called the Urantia book. If someone can spell Urantia in the chat, that would be great. And it's basically, it's like ridiculously long. Each part of the audiobook is like 30 hours long, and there's like 4 parts. So it's kind of like, it starts in like the creation of the universe, comes to our universe, comes to our galaxy, comes to our section of the galaxy, comes to and it goes through like everything. And then the later book, so I've only really done parts 1 and 2 of the Urantia book. Parts 3 and 4 are specifically about Jesus coming to Earth, which I really haven't explored at all. And then another one of the parts 2, they're more like present. So it kind of like goes through everything. And the way the Urantia book came about is because there was like this businessman in Chicago in like the 1920s who started having these episodes where he would literally like faint and then go into a trance and basically start channeling. And his wife asked thanks for that heart. His wife asked the neighbors to help write down the information and organize it. Nobody knows who this guy is. The Urantia Foundation was created by the neighbors. The original people who did it never revealed who they were and never really made money off of it. So, because that person was just embarrassed to reveal that this was happening to him. Oh, interesting. That's interesting what you're saying, Benjamin. Yes, you are right. There are 3 types of lights. Satanist light, Luciferian light, and Christic light. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. The Luciferian thing is very interesting because there's a lot of convoluted information about it all. Do you ever talk to Road to Roses? Yes. We're having a little girls trip coming up with Road to Roses, and Alex serves tea. We're all going to go hang out at an undisclosed location. Do you own a TV? I want to say no. You spend your time studying. I do have a TV. I didn't have a TV until a couple years ago. I kind of regret getting one. I never had a TV in my house. I mean, when I was a kid, I did. But ever since I was 18, I never had a TV. I just felt that the TV was sending off negative energy. And it is. But now I got a TV, I think in like 2019. And unfortunately, it's always now I have it on and stuff. But I mostly, I mean, I don't watch too many shows aside from like Gaia. I watch YouTube. I watch stuff like that on the TV. Yeah, you keep it in the living room. I live in a studio, so the whole thing is the living room and the bedroom. Yeah, doesn't the phone have the same thing as the TV? Exactly. The phone is probably worse. What is your thought on people thinking they're God? Well, you know, I think that there's, you know, obviously something going on there. No one is God that's alive right now. What type of meditation do you practice? I do the Silva method by Jose Silva. I learned it through Mind Valley. But if Mind Valley is not in your budget, although I do highly suggest doing the ultimate pass. It's like the pass for all of the courses for 1 year for $500. It's totally worth it. But if not, you can read the Jose Silva books, which are called the Silva Mind Control Method, which was the original Silva method. Now the new one is called the Ultra Mind. But yeah, it's basically the same stuff, but the Ultra Mind is a little bit more updated techniques. But you can just, there's one on Audible. It's called like the Jose Silva Mind Control Method. And there is some of the original recordings of his daughter doing the hypnosis to teach you how to do it. So you can use that. What is your opinion on rap in the 808s? So I don't know too much about it. I don't really listen to rap music. You know, I was goth growing up, so, you know. But the 808s and the whole, I don't know, the 808, I know Kanye talked about it. I don't really know exactly what it is. It's a frequency, right? Also, I know that the auto-tune shit is not. Like, I don't feel good when I listen to the auto-tune. I feel that there's something about the auto-tune voice that there's something about it. There's something frequentially. So I don't like any music that's been auto-tuned. Of course, I'm really good at making playlists. So I'll share my playlists with you guys. I do have playlists that have that type of music on it because I'm not creating the playlist only for myself. It's usually, you know, for parties or events. And I told you I managed a lot of different businesses. So I made a lot of playlists for restaurants and stuff like that. But yeah, I do have some pretty cool playlists, guys. Our TV's bad because of what we watch on it or the actual technology of it? Okay, I mean, I think nothing could be fully bad because there's also a lot of good information that comes through a TV. But I do think that there's some type of waves coming off of the TV, and also the stuff that we watch can be harmful. But having fear around it is the worst of all. So having a fear of the TV is worse than anything the TV is doing to you when you don't have fear over it. You see waves of energy from it. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. News and narrative can be toxic to our minds, and they are. Don't watch the news, guys. Seriously. Are you a Manson fan? Marilyn, not Charles. Okay, so I was like, Marilyn Manson was really mainstream for me. You know, I was like to the obscure shit. But now, I mean, not now, but I do have some playlists and stuff that have Marilyn Manson songs. I do like a couple of them. Although those allegations were rough. Those were some of the worst allegations of everyone in the whole Me Too thing. Do you think American Horror Story Season 10 is based off of real life? I haven't watched it. I actually love American Horror Story. I watched all of those seasons up until the one about the 80s. The one that was like the 80s slasher was so horrible that actually I stuck out on that show for like 10 years. And I stuck like a hardcore fan. But then that 80s one, I was like, I can't. I feel like my brain is getting poked out. Yeah, I loved Coven. Apocalypse is my favorite of all, obviously. And I do want to rewatch the Apocalypse series after my Apocalypse series because you know they got that information from Dolores. And with the whole timeline shift, I won't ruin it for you, but you know that they got that from Dolores. And yes, Jessica Lange is amazing. The Apocalypse one. Yeah, there's an Apocalypse series about the Antichrist. And they definitely pulled information from those Nostradamus books. Yeah, season 10 is about the whole Eisenhower thing. That's why I want to watch it. A lot of people commented on the Alien series saying that's what it was about. So I do want to watch it. Where does she stand on gay relationships, Dolores Cannon? Yeah, she was open to everything. You know, all of the stuff, all of the spirituality always talks about that the gay, except for obviously religion. We're not talking about religion, but all the spirituality talks about that, like, whoever you want to be with is not any problem. You know, there's nothing right and wrong about it, you know? Ryan Murphy knows. Well, whoever Ryan Murphy pays knows. Ryan Murphy is, should I say this now? He's a ripoff artist. And because I'm someone who's like very into those things, that's part of the reason I enjoy American Horror Story is because they pull from all these different movies, they pull from these different books, they pull from these different things. But Ryan Murphy can't get the, credit for that. Because all of that is just basically everything that's, it's not like he's coming up with any of it. The writers are doing the same information research that we all are. Same thing with like the hotel season. The hotel season is about the Cecil Hotel in downtown LA, the one where the Elisa Lam stuff happened. And, that whole Netflix documentary about the Cecil Hotel, that's what that whole season is inspired by too. So all of that stuff is, he just gets his name slapped on it. Exactly. I will say that when he did the American Crime Story, the O.J. Simpson versus the People, oh my God, that was good. That was probably one of the best things. And that's because the Lady Vampire one, the Lady Gaga vampire, Lady Gaga, her acting was killing me that whole season. Yeah, the writers know. Exactly. Yeah, a lot of people like Lady Gaga. I mean, I would love to answer some questions about that, but, this isn't the platform, if there is any platform that you can even talk about it. Thanks, guys. Can I do a series on sirens and mermaids? You guys got to look at Phoebe D. Phoebe D is the mermaid queen. I could never outdo what she does. And not to brag, but she follows me back. I don't have any information about, I don't have any videos about dreams. I am not personally a big dreamer. I didn't remember my dreams I hardly remember them. I had a really weird dream last night that I woke up and was like, I need to remember, because there was like 20 people there that I've never met in my life. And I could see one of them in my head, but I don't have a good memory of my dreams. Thanks for that, heart. What brings me the most joy in this reality? I would say kind of what we're doing right now is like exploring all of these topics that are like, theirs are so exciting to me, aliens, reincarnation, creepy stuff, the 3 Jesuses, the 3 Satans, the channeled book of some guy, that's what brings me joy. And animals, and cows. I love cows. They're my favorite. Yeah, exactly. The thing that Road to Roses was talking about, the 55515. Keep a dream journal. I've tried. It's like my dream journal is so lame because I can barely remember. Are you vegan or vegetarian? I say vegetarian, but I'm technically pescatarian because I do occasionally eat fish. But I say vegetarian because I only really eat salmon and tuna, and very select salmon and tuna. And I don't want anyone trying to give me any shrimp. So I just say I don't. Juice World. Is that rapper? I don't know. I don't really know about these like rappers with all the tattoos on their faces. I'm sorry. I just don't really know about them. I'm pretty sure that was him, right? Why not shrimp? Yo, bottom feeders, bro. Bottom feeders. And a lot of the things in eating kosher, I do believe in a lot of those things. So, I worked, a lot, the areas that I've worked in LA are very Jewish areas, but I used to work in like a Jewish neighborhood. And so I learned a lot about the kosher food because there was a lot of kosher restaurants and grocery stores. And I do agree with a lot of the things that make food kosher. Obviously, the basics of like the food being blessed. But one of the things is you don't eat shellfish and bottom feeders, don't eat pork. And also the whole thing with like being parv is like you basically, they say like the reason they don't mix dairy and meat is like, they say that you can't take the milk of the mother and eat it with the meat of her child in the same meal. So I always like a lot of the things that come up in like kosher eating, I agree with, but I also don't eat meat. So on top of that, so I kind of do what I think feels right for my body. Do celebrities perform rituals? Is that their way of not healing and trying to come back? Some of them are born into it, and some of them do it, because They probably got into it before they even had a chance to heal, you know? Thank you. Do I journal? I do, but I haven't in a while. Are you a light worker? You know, I do like that, like, community of light workers. It's like a good word. Light workers, star seeds, these things. I do resonate with those words. I don't really like any type of labels, just in general. I've always felt more connected to like light warrior, but also I don't really like the labels, but milk inhibits absorption of iron in meat. Yeah, that's what I mean, is a lot of these things that are in the kosher diet are like logical, you know? And maybe they didn't know at that time, but exactly, there's so many things that line up. You are a warrior. Thank you. Oh, milk is for baby cows. I love baby cows. They're my favorite. What is a starseed? A starseed is someone whose soul originally was not incarnating on Earth. So they're not originally like an Earth soul. They're coming to Earth to incarnate in a body from somewhere else. Thank you, Sci-Fi Princess. I have not tried ayahuasca. What is your opinion on veal? Veal? My God. I've eaten it before when I was much younger, but no, that's sad. Thoughts on Ancient Aliens? I mean, I remember when Ancient Aliens first came out, and before my awakening, I binge watched like 10 seasons from the old episodes. Now they get pretty crazy. They put a lot of crazy stuff on there, because I'll see like things pop up on my YouTube from Ancient Aliens, and they'll be saying sometimes similar stuff to what I'm saying, but I don't know, they just get away with it. But I don't know. I think Ancient Aliens is a little bit of, you know, entertainment mixed with some truth. I think it's good for people to watch, you know, but I think if you want to get into the hard shit, you got to get on the internet. What is the bruise on my arm? I got bit by a dog named Sheila. She was going for my neck, but luckily got my arm. Oh, hi, Stephanie. How are you? Do you recommend we try eating everything at once? I'm not sure. So you guys, you see here Stephanie Hall here. She posts a lot of really cool videos too. So you guys go check her out. Did you watch all the seasons of Cosmic Disclosure? Yes, I have actually. Although there's like 2 seasons that I really struggled through because I just didn't really believe the people. Or I just didn't resonate with them. Do I know about Solar Warden? A little bit. I know that that's what it was formerly called. That's not what it's called anymore. So Solar Warden was basically like a part of the secret space program. But now they call it something different. What is my take on spirit science? I love spirit science. The Human History movie that they came out with like 10 years ago was one of my initial awakening moments. So when I told you guys that story about fighting with the guy about the map of Atlantis and kicking him out, I saw spirit science like a couple weeks after that. So I love spirit science. Although I did see a video, I don't even know if I should. I saw a video last night of the guy from Spirit Science. Well, it was like someone reposting his video. I don't know. He did way too much plant medicine. Let's just say he did way too much plant medicine and believed he was like, I don't know, in an astral relationship with Emma Watson, and that Emma Watson is the female Christ. And I was like, you know what? I wish I never saw this because I really love his information. And I'm a bit disturbed by what I'm seeing. So, but at the same time, no one is perfect. Everyone that we get information from is not perfect. I'm not perfect, guys. Like, I'm so fucking far from it. Like, literally, I've had a whole entire life of trauma and fucked up shit to get here. So, like, I know no one is perfect. And the same thing, cosmic disclosure. Emery Smith is not perfect. He's most likely, throws back the drinks. A lot of people that we're getting information from are not perfect. And that's not the point of information. If we expect someone to be completely untouched to be valid for information, we're not going to get information from anyone. And two, why does someone's life experiences now somehow discredit their ability to present information? If anything, people having different life experiences, sometimes maybe not positive life experiences, that if anything makes them even more of a position to be a teacher. But that video was freaking weird. And I'm going to try to erase it from my brain. Guys, we've been here for so many hours. But this is like flown by. But okay, I'm going to take a couple more questions because, this is insane. Where do you feel most grounded? I don't know. I don't know. Do I like turtles? Yes. Hello. They're so cute. I will be posting this on YouTube. What's your take on doppelgangers? Okay, that's a great one because I have a lot of doppelgangers. I have had people literally send me pictures of what appears to be myself out in the wild. I have seen so many doppelgangers. Like, there was a video of like this girl drunk dancing like up on this cop. And my ex-boyfriend from years and years and years ago, like my ex-boyfriend from like, oh my God, so long ago, was like, oh my God, what is wrong with you? And I'm like, that is not me, even though that person looks exactly like me. So I have a lot of doppelgangers. So it's wild. And I'm afraid of those doppelgangers because I know that I've done the work and I'm on the highest timeline. Them, I'm worried because they made the other decisions. So watch out for them. Just the other day, my friend was like, yeah, I saw you at at this coffee shop. And I'm like, I was not there. No, I don't go there. And he's like, no, this one. And it's like, literally like, and he's like, Jen, I saw you there. And he's like, but I didn't say hi because you looked busy. And I'm like, I can guarantee it wasn't me. He's like, well, have you ever been there? I'm like 3 years ago, not last week. And it's like a very trendy, I'm like, why would I go to that coffee shop? Like, I'm not one of those people to do that. And he was like, yeah, but I think I would know if it was you. And I'm like, that had to be my doppelganger. And she must have been the one who never quit her job, Still trying to find some joy in a coffee place. Is the old Avril Lavigne stuck in a timeline? I don't understand what would be the purpose to clone Avril Lavigne. I do believe in clones. But I just don't understand what the purpose would be. Like, she had 2 songs. Have you tried QHHT? Yes, I have. Yeah. I do believe in clones. And there are clones of people that we see in the media. However, Avril Lavigne is so irrelevant. The only reason she's still relevant is because of the clone conspiracy. What is my take on Gaia TV being polluted by CIA operatives? I love Gaia. I love the information. Most of the people who are saying that definitely don't have a subscription and have not watched it. They're just one of these negative people who like believe that. However, yeah, I'm sure there's disinformation on there as well. Like, of course, there's disinformation in everything. And you just kind of have to use your own discretion and what resonates with you to kind of guide with what you resonate with. There's definitely a lot of things I see on Gaia and even some people on Cosmic Disclosure that I don't resonate with what they're saying. So, yeah. So I think, is there CIA operatives within Gaia? I mean, it's possible. I mean, like I was talking about earlier, the Whitley Strieber thing. Like Whitley Strieber, you know, one of the greatest fiction alien writers. A lot of people say that all of his books are freaking leaked to him through CIA stuff. So I think a lot of things, you know, every Steven Spielberg book, and I mean, Steven Spielberg movie, like every one of those movies has information that is being leaked from government programs. So the possibility that that's also happening on that channel is very likely. But I still think it's the best streaming platform. You know. Does the Brian Weiss video bring you back, like, to a past life? Yes. Does QHHT work? Yes, it does. But like I said earlier, if it's not in your budget right now, use the Brian Weiss recording to just do the past life regression to start. Thoughts on filler people, like background people. I do believe in the concept, but I think it's a dangerous concept because people already have trouble being compassionate. So then to tell people that maybe not everyone has a soul and a purpose could make it even more dangerous. So I think, you know, it's not really something too much to focus on because it's kind of irrelevant. What's important is us being on this path of our life and making the decisions and learning the lessons. Is there anything you don't believe in? I mean, everything I watch on the news, many things. Yeah, I mean, it's like Gaia TV is different because, you know, there's not scripted stuff on there, you know? So you're not really going to get like TV shows the way, but it's kind of like, you know, it's like an elevated version of YouTube. So like, you know, you'll skim through YouTube for some videos. This is like the elevated version of that. Oh, thanks, Daisy. Can an extraterrestrial make men cheat? You know what? Men don't need any help with that. Okay? Okay? No. Are you leaving LA by 2027? Hopefully sooner than that. Yeah, I would like to leave LA, but I need the right circumstances, you know? So I've been trusting the universe. The universe has been bringing things together. And, you know, I have to think about a way for me to, you know, turn what I'm doing into something else that I would be able to live and work remotely. They say LA is the devil's playground. Oh, it sure is. But there are so many light workers here. Like, the concentration of light workers in LA is insane. Insane. Like, I have so many friends who one of my jobs that I worked at, 4 people that worked there were like, hey, do you know about Dolores Cannon? Like, literally. just random people that I worked with in a restaurant. So it's like, that's kind of the other thing, is that there's very, 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 very dark stuff here. But at the same time, there's a lot of concentration on light too. And there's like some very powerful light workers and very powerful healers that are here too. Where would I move to? I have been thinking about Austin. I really feel very called to Austin. I've never been. So yeah, that's a possibility. Or, I mean, if I get the money, then I'll go build the compound in like Oklahoma or something. You know, I'll go build like a whole entire off the grid community. Why are you so confident in the things that you're saying? Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Does that bother you? Should I say alleged? Like, no. Why am I confident in what I'm saying? Because I don't need an expert to tell me what to think and feel and believe. Goodbye, Sam. Is the metaverse bad for the spiritual path? Personally, I do believe it is. I believe that the metaverse is like opposite of everything that we want to do with the new earth. Austin is so played out and trendy. You know where I live, right? Wow, you watched Spirit Science in high school? See, this is what I mean. The kids, you guys got it. You guys got all the information, and I'm so happy that they do. And you know what else you kids got? Makeup tutorials. All right? We had to learn how to do makeup and spirituality the hard way. Trial and error. Wow, a lot of people watched it in high school. That's cool. How about moving to Topanga? Yeah, you know, I want to get out of this whole entire area. To New Zealand, I mean, I would be down to move to New Zealand. Gen Z knows, they sure do. So the Brian Weiss thing, it's not on my audiobook playlist, but I think it's on the must watch. If not, I'm going to add it after this. Come to Denver. I've considered it, but it gets cold. I want to stay somewhere hot. Do you think mainstream media tries to make people seem crazy to distort their message? Of course. Phoenix. Yeah, one of my best friends lives there. Charleston, South Carolina. I don't know. Arizona's on the list too. Where I'm also would be thinking is the Earthship community in New Mexico. Come here, honey. Come here. So I remember cigarette ads in the early 80s and 90s. I remember the ones from when I was a kid. Oh, hi, Echo Park. New Mexico gets cold? Well, that's a bummer. I've never been. Have I been to an almost zero light pollution area? Sadly, probably not. I've always lived in cities my whole life. I lived in Jersey City and then New York City and then LA. I've only lived in cities. How long have I been on live? Like we're going on like 4 hours here or something. It's insane. I know, I have to stop. It's just been very fun. Is the blank too controversial for you? Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get my account deleted. Hi, from San Jose. Have I ever visited a ghost town? So I did. I visited Calico, California. It's creepy. Have I seen an alien? Not in the flesh. Isn't he just so handsome? Look at his underbite. Look, look, look. Of Jenna Marbles. Oh yeah, I mean Jenna Marbles was very cool. I don't know if she ever went back to making things. The person who keeps asking about that one topic that I can't talk about, yeah. I feel how you think I feel. Have I ever seen a ghost? No. The house that I grew up in was literally like over 100 years old and so scary. So I think I like shut that down because it was scary. Like there was always like footsteps and stuff and I'm like, the house is settling. So, but other people would get so scared in my house growing up. It was like a freaking nightmare house. So I think I very much shut off to that. I didn't, so I've never really been on more of like the ghost side of things. For me, it's always been the more alien side. Do I watch horror movies? Good ones, which there's not that many. I like the classics. I mean, the movie that scared me the most ever was 28 Days Later. And then it happened in real life. So, yeah, I'm not surprised that I found that movie so scary when it happened. You're stretching. You're so cute. You're stretching. Have I ever seen a UFO? Yes, I have. I have a video about my experience. Do you think LSD is good for the soul? I think occasionally, I've done it a couple times, long time ago when, I'm a little hesitant of, doing any type of very altering substance like that. Just because it's, I don't like being fully in that state. Because I'm the type of person that, like, when it says, like, possible things side effects, I'll feel them all. So, like, I'll have the craziest trip of all. So, I don't really like to do them too much. Okay. Well, guys, I mean, we'll go on forever. Where do you get your information from? Sam, I have the sources in every single video. Every single video, I talk about where this information is coming from. So, yes. But Sam needs attention. So everybody, give Sam the attention. What do I think about calling people aliens? I don't know. Obviously, they've used that word for a specific reason, especially after a lot of the fear and stuff around space aliens. I think that there's a lot of like trying to use the association of the word to fearmonger, because they don't really use that word anymore because they're not trying to say that message anymore. I have not seen any type of skinwalker or anything. They prefer to be called extraterrestrials. So I've heard. Most of them are actually not terrestrial beings, though. So, they're extra-dimensional beings, most of them. So, none of the statements are really accurate. But, I like the word aliens because, I've been into this before it was now politically correct. Aww. Thanks, guys. Randonautica. Is that like that app that happened at one point? That was like... No. I don't know what Randonautica is. Have I had my DNA tested? I have. And you know what? Those things constantly change. Your DNA constantly is updating in those systems. And I have done the My True Ancestry one, where they link your DNA to historical archaeological digs. But I don't know if I want to share my DNA information at this time, just because there's a lot of weird shit that I hear. Rando. Is that app that would like sends you local coordinates and explore based on the keywords and vibes? Yeah, so I actually did do it before. I remember there was a hype about it in like 2020. I did do it. It brought me to, you had to like set an intention and then it would bring you to that area. I did it a few times. It always brought me, for some reason, to the same type of area. And there was weird things happening there. Like, there was a dog wearing makeup. Like, that was not my intention. So, I don't remember what my intention was, but when I went there, there was a dog wearing makeup. Like, blush. She was a little white dog. So, I mean, there was weird stuff, but I don't think it was, like, fulfilling the intention I was setting. And another time I did it, it brought me to like some apartment building where there was like a bunch of birds at night at like, I was doing it after work. So it was like 2 a.m. And then there was like these birds like freaking out. And I know there's birds that are loud at night, but like these birds were freaking out there. So like, I don't know, weird stuff was there, but I don't think it like was fulfilling the intention. Do we think that serial killers reincarnate and have no consequences? I mean, that's not true. That's why you should read Journey of Souls and Between Death and Life by Dolores Cannon. She does ask specifically that question, and she asks specifically about some of the historical figures who, you know, did genocide on millions of people. So those answers are very interesting. The thing is that you're your own judge, and you might be a serial killer in this human body with, you know, your human consciousness, which most likely there's obviously problems happening with those people, and there's trauma, and there's psychological issues that they're experiencing. But then when they go back to just their soul and they reflect on their lives, they're horrified. And, you know, sometimes they say that some souls are not allowed to incarnate again. That sometimes the councils and the guides decide that, like, you know what, this person can't go on. This person's not allowed to come back yet. And sometimes also it takes so long to review their life. There's people from people from World War II, you know, figures who did it. And those people that she asked about, it's like, they're still going through their life review because of all the impact that World War II has had. So they can't really incarnate again because their life is, they're still figuring out the whole repercussions of that. So you don't get to just like, it's not that there's no consequence, you know, you create your own consequence, and your soul group does. So your soul group is also part of your evaluation process. And, you know, everyone's gonna be like, dude, freaking Jeffrey Dahmer, what are you gonna do in this next life? We're afraid to go back down there. When did I go live? Like so many hours ago. You say you're on part 6 of the Earth shift and you have a panic attack. all of this stuff, it's like you still have to live your day-to-day life. The most important thing is your life. That always comes first. So like you can allow in spiritual information, you can allow in conspiracies, you can allow in these ideas, but you have to still be able to focus and be like, okay, I still need to do what I need to do. So this is something that I need to put aside and focus back on my day-to-day life, who I am, my family, my needs, and just to get to a point, because you still have to do all that work. So you can't just be like, oh fuck, the earth is shifting and it's all done. You still have to get there. So it's like any of this information, especially that I talk about, because I know I talk about a lot of intense stuff, but you guys still have to remember, even if you have a past life regression or anything, the most important thing is your life right now. So your life right now, who you are right now, is always what you come back to. These are things that you can keep as concepts, but like it's not going to help you to get lost in them. So if you're feeling anxiety about that stuff, I would definitely suggest to kind of pull back and focus a little bit more on your regular day-to-day life. And don't allow any fear, because fear is the worst thing that you can do. Fear is the worst thing that you can do. So in the end, though, not to spoil the Earthshift series for you, but it all works out in the end. It all does. Like, the light has already won. The new Earth already happened. We're just watching it play out. So regardless of whatever you see in the world, it's like everything works out for the best, for the highest timeline. The universe wins. The light wins. The good happens. So don't let any fear come in, because there's nothing else. Although you can create a scary timeline for yourself if you give in to fear. Okay, and this will be my last question, because a lot of people are asking about the fairies. Okay, I mean, I love fairies. So I do believe that there's fairies. They talk about basically, I've heard kind of two different things. I've heard that fairies are in the fourth dimension, and these earth sprites are in the fourth dimension. Elves, gnomes, fairies, all these other things. Hi, baby, come here. And so I've heard that they're in the fourth dimension. And I've heard them also called elemental beings. So there's a lot of different concept. Yeah, someone's saying elemental beings. Like, there's a lot of concepts that kind of get fused around this elemental stuff. So some people say elementals being like well, not low, but like first dimensional element beings, as opposed to fourth dimensional elementals. So like a lot of the words kind of get mixed around, and it's hard to say, because there's kind of like information suggesting both. But I do believe in fairies. Actually, one of my best friends who I did the hypnosis on, that's what came through in her hypnosis, was that she's a fairy and that she's not a human, that basically she is projecting a human form in our matrix, but that she has been a fairy the whole time. And that basically she, in a past life, was flying, saw this horrible stuff that was happening, and went down to help those people because she was light. So she was like going down to help people. And then when she went down to help people, she projected herself as a human. Then she got so sucked up in the human identity and the human problems that she got sucked into incarnating. And that now she's on another life as a human, because she was pulled down into all of it when she was trying to help. She basically got absorbed in. So basically what they said is that then this life that she's in now, similar type of thing. Her family has a lot of, they said, energy connection to certain other energies that she is aware of. So like these other entities. She knows these other entities and knows how to deal with them. So she wants to release her family from the contract with these entities, so incarnated into this family to do it. It's so much, but it resonated so much with her. So, and I mean, that's what came through all when she was in her state of hypnosis. And I was just like, you know, and you record the session, so I have a mic, so I'm like, and then you're a fairy? You know, like I was just blown away by the whole thing. And so I do believe it. I believe fairies are among us. And they're also in the astral. So some of them are incarnated as humans and some of them are all around. Have I seen myself on the new earth? You know, that is a great question. I know the new earth is coming. And I kind of envision this place that I know I will create on this earth. And I think that that place is going to transition to the new earth. So like I said earlier, that I want to create like an off-the-grid community with a bunch of different people and different families, and everything is self-sufficient on that land. So that's what I want to create in this life, hopefully within the next 5 years. And then that's kind of where I see the new earth going, is going to be a progression of that, you know, off the grid community where everyone contributes and doesn't need to have jobs and stuff. Everyone just kind of contributes what their skills are to the community, and that everyone has their part to play. That's where I want to go, the Earth ship community. I freaking love Earth ships. What is your YouTube? JK Ultra on YouTube. You want to join? Well, let's do it. We'll figure it out. All right, guys. Well, on that note, we've been here for so long. Oh, your dad is going to do that in South Africa. That's freaking awesome. And I think this is what's happening, is so many people want to create these all over. And that's where I think that's kind of how I personally think practically the new earth will happen, is a lot of people creating these communities, and then that will kind of progress to a different lifestyle. What's my Discord? I have to figure it out. I made one, but I don't know. I will add it to the bio. Well, thank you so much, guys. Thanks for being here. This was so amazing. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to try to do this like once a week because this was so much fun. The city life is killing us. Yes, it is. Author of the book about past life regression, Dr. Michael Newton and Dolores Cannon and Dr. Brian Weiss. Manifesting a run-in LA. Well, if you see me, come up to me. It might be one of my doppelgangers though, so watch out. Oh, you just joined the live. Sorry, we're finishing. Oh, there comes my proposal. Thank you so much, guys. You guys are so sweet. And also, the person who said that, the coffee shop they saw me in was in Silver Lake. So I don't know. I got a doppelganger on that side of town. Oh, wow. Cute. These lights are awesome. All right, guys. Well, I love you so much. You guys, like, seriously make my whole life, my whole day. Like, really. I could not have asked for a better group of people to be connecting with on freaking TikTok. Of all the places I thought I would ever be. Oops. All right, guys. So much love, everyone. I'll talk to you guys soon. Aw. Thank you.